him the handsome liberal, depending on who the hell you ask. But we're going to be talking about a host of topics as we always do. Just got a couple of them this time that I want to run by you. And as always, you know how the show is. It spawns off. Many times folks come in here with interesting tidbits of information, and it can literally transform the show in any direction. And that's kind of how live programming works. Certainly when we run from it, we run on an uncensored, we do it on an uncensored format. So we don't censor any damn body, so we're not dictating how you should speak. And you guys know how I always say, we go left of Bernie Sanders all the way to I'm having dinner with Q. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You can be critical of anybody on this program in the comment section, including yours truly. And you will certainly see that throughout the broadcast as you do on every single show. Despite all of that, we are indeed MAGA friendly, always have been, always will be. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program. MAGA, to be for you guys who are just, maybe some of you folks are new, MAGA has always been my preferred guest. It's just because Trump is president right now and he is in a hot seat. MAGA's not a big fan of being critical towards Trump. So when Trump is getting criticized, the MAGA audience runs off. When Biden was in the White House and there was all sorts of shit to criticize, like his economy and things like that, his age and stuff like that, we had a far, far larger MAGA audience. But once Trump got in there and suddenly there were some issues with him, MAGA didn't like hearing him being criticized. So we'll see how, it goes in cycles. If Trump starts doing all kinds of phenomenal shit, the audience tends to grow with the compliments of Trump. They tend to disappear when Trump is being criticized. That's how it works. Unfortunately, even though we deliver uncensored programming, a lot of folks prefer their media and their entertainment from entities that agree with them. So if you lean left, you tend to want to hear news outlets and media outlets that kind of have a left-wing perspective, and the right is the same way. So that can be a challenge trying to hold this audience together when everybody only wants to, in my opinion, a lot of folks want to be in an echo chamber. And unfortunately, we do not do that. So if you only want to hear, folks criticizing Trump constantly, that ain't where you're at. You're going to hear people compliment. If you only want to hear everybody, insulting Trump. If you want to hear people insulting him, everybody's wearing a red hat, there are places to go for that. Everybody's criticizing Trump, there are places to go for that. We do it all here, so you're going to hear every damn thing here. Nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and get the program on the road. Now, first question I want to ask you folks is, despite many of Trump's campaign promises seeming to not culminate into reality, he still is beating the Democrats in the polls. Most polls suggest he's still beating the Democrats. And I want to present a few things to you because this is what's in the news. You know how we always do. We come with receipts of what's in the news. This is President Trump before becoming president. This is a campaign promise.
Price hikes have cost the average family $28,000.
I want to rewind.
Did you know that the Kamala Harris price hikes have cost the average family $28,000? That credit card debt is at an all-time high, and that basically the prices of things have never been like this ever before. There's never been anything like it. If you want to bring the prices down, if you want to have a good life, vote for Trump.
Now, there's two things there. Obviously, he's saying that if you vote for him, the price of goods and services will come down. And we're going to discuss that, obviously. But you notice in the beginning, he's blaming the price hikes on Kamala Harris. Listen to that.
You know that the Kamala Harris price hikes have cost the average family.
The vice president doesn't have a damn thing to do. That's just misinformation, to be honest with you. If Trump gives us a great economy, he's not going to be giving J.D. Vance credit for that. When he bragged about his economy during his first term, nobody gave Mike Pence credit for that. So how does Kamala Harris somehow get blamed for Biden's economy? Biden's economy gets blamed on Biden. So that was That was straight up misinformation. And like I said, the proof is in the fact that Trump is not giving J.D. Vance or Mike Pence credit for any damn thing. He's taking credit all himself. So I don't know why Trump is on there talking about it's Kamala Harris's price hikes. I mean, the instant question to push back on would be, can you give us any legislation that was done by Kamala Harris in the last 4 years that led to prices going up? He wouldn't have anything in there. There's nothing to fill in the blank for. Anyway, nevertheless, despite what he's saying, which is vote for me if you want the prices of, goods and services to drop. That's what he said. If you want the prices to come down, vote for me.
The maker of Charmin says it will raise prices due to President Trump's tariffs. Procter & Gamble revealed Tuesday that its profits will take a $1 billion hit because of tariffs. And as a result, P&G will increase prices on about 25% of its products going into effect next month. P&G joins a long list of well-known companies that are increasing prices due to tariffs, including Nike, Walmart, and Best Buy.
That's where the overwhelming majority of Americans shop. So you're not going to escape price hikes. I mean, now Procter and Gamble saying they're going to increase prices for 25% of their goods. They are responsible for everything from shaving cream to laundry detergent. Procter and Gamble toothpaste, they make a lot of shit. So if 25% of their goods go up, that's going to be a lot of stuff. And then, of course, you heard her say Walmart and Target are involved in this as well. So what Procter & Gamble does not raise the price of, Walmart and Target may have their own issues as well. And let's be clear. Let's also state the obvious. This is a capitalist environment. So you're almost certain. You hear Trump say the other day that the jobs numbers were quote unquote rigged and he fired the commissioner. Well, in a capitalist environment, rigging can happen. And I don't believe the commissioner rigged any damn thing. I just think Trump didn't like the bad news. But in a capitalist environment where everybody is expecting the price of goods and services to go up, if you're selling some shit, you might just raise the price of your goods because, hell, people are already expecting to pay a little bit more. Go ahead and see if you can sneak in a 2 to 5% increase. They ain't gonna know no better. They'll just blame it on the tariffs. That's how it works. So even though Procter & Gamble is talking about 25% of their goods are gonna go up in price, it's going to be greater than that. I think we can all recount what happened during COVID, where the prices shot up during the pandemic, and after the pandemic was beginning to be under control and had subsided, they wouldn't bring the prices back down. Capitalists are going to capitalize. So if they know you're prepared to pay a little bit more for shit, they're going to raise up everything they can, even if it does not need to be raised. So expect a large-scale price increase for a lot of things you buy. Expect to see that. And probably we'll hear Trump saying that the price hikes are, corrupt or something like that because it's making him look bad. So he's going to answer wrong. We'll talk about that. I do want to hear on that. Also, in addition to Trump promising that if he's elected, the prices of goods and services and all this other stuff will go down. Here is some more unsightly news that is making rounds because he had another promise, and Jesus, this one is not looking good at all, at least in my humble opinion. I'll give you his promise first, which you are undoubtedly familiar with.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly. I will get the problem solved, and I will get it solved in rapid order. And it will take me no longer than one day. I know exactly what to say to each of them. I got along very well with them.
I mean, that obviously aged exceptionally bad. We're now entering month 7. I mean, he said he could do it before entering the Oval Office. Wow, that is one hell of a promise. That aged exceptionally bad. But the reason why we're coming to you with that is because not only did he not end the wars, Check this one out.
China has simulated an invasion of Taiwan after 3 days of military drills. Chinese warships and aircraft have encircled Taiwan, showing how they could isolate the territory. And they even released animated footage of an invasion. Beijing began the exercises on Saturday after Taiwan's president met the US House Speaker in California. China's leader, Xi Jinping, has pledged to bring Taiwan back under Chinese control. He considers it to be a breakaway province, but Taiwan's leaders believe it is an independent state. Many experts don't think China has the ability to fully invade Taiwan now, but these military drills show that Beijing is building up its armed forces and could invade in the future.
So now, in addition to not ending the Ukraine or the Israeli war, there could potentially be a third one breaking out. Now, seeing the comments, we always get the fun comments. And now, like I said, I don't block, ban, or censor, but I did want to point this one out. I can't see where the hell's my damn spectacles? Someone in the comments, Newport 100s. I'm going to assume that name I'm going to assume the name was done on purpose. You know, it's always from the people that don't have any, don't have any significant picture. But Newport 100 says, go back to Africa. So I guess he thinks I'm Africa. I don't know. But appreciate your input, Newport. Okay, so let me go continue on. So you hear that the Chinese are now simulating attacks out in the open in regards to attacking Taiwan. Now, Biden went over there and told them on the world stage that if China went into Taiwan, we would be there for them. Well, Taiwan is now saying that they're concerned that if something happens, Trump is not going to back them. How many of you folks, you think that if Taiwan gets attacked, they can depend on the United States? What say you? And last but not least, before we start getting into the comments and taking callers, in regards to comments that aged well or did not age well, campaign promises that were met, campaign promises that are failing.
No circumstances you are promising America tonight. You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
what?
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border, and I want to drill.
That's
drill.
not retribution.
I'm gonna be, he keeps, we love this guy. He says, you're not gonna be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
So that sounds to me like you're going back to the policies when you're...
Now, Sean Hannity, obviously being a friend of Trump, was attempting to throw him a softball, but Sean Hannity asked him about retribution. He didn't ask him about drilling and this other stuff Trump was talking about. So in regards to these comments, whether they age well or not, do you think it aged well? Do you think Trump has kept that campaign promise that if he gets elected, he's not going to be a candidate of retribution? I mean, that's what he's stating. Let me make sure I heard that right. But he asked him about retribution. He didn't ask him about drilling or none of that other stuff.
Under no circumstances you are promising America tonight. You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
So obviously we're way beyond day one. So the question is, do any of you folks think that he may have used power against people in reference to retribution by way of yes or no? How many of you folks think he may have done that? Better yet, how many of you folks think he kept his campaign promise not to do that? Because that was something that is also something he said before becoming president. So looking in the comments, we're going to talk about all of this because it is shaping up to describe his presidency, whether his campaign promises have been met or are they on the way to being met, or some of them already fell to the point where they cannot be met. I also want to follow up by asking a simple question, and there's not going to be any clips for this because we've discussed it so damn much. Question being, does the Epstein list, file, whatever the hell comes out of it, does that matter to really the MAGA at all? I mean, if you support Trump, you believe he's way better than Kamala, way better than Biden, better than anything the liberals could ever dream up. period. And I understand all MAGA feels that way. Understand, I don't want to put in a liberal. That makes sense. But does the information, whatever comes out of this, does that matter to MAGA at all? In other words, if it comes out unsightly for President Trump, is there any possibility that MAGA will start suddenly demanding that he steps down or he be impeached and J.D. Vance take the reins? Does Epstein, does that stuff matter to MAGA at all? We're going to talk about that. So we'll start out with the program looking right in the comments. Wall Street is breaking records, all-time highs. Trump tariffs are making money. I am killing it, making money. I like it, T2. What are you people who can't make money? What you say is, what are you all people who can't make money on the internet? Well, you're saying Wall Street is breaking records. The problem with that is, and I have heard them say that, but they also came back a couple of days ago and said the job numbers under Trump have been dismal. They said it in the beginning that the quarter, what was it, Q2, the GDP under the second quarter was up 3%, which is decent. But then they came back and said under Trump, the second quarter jobs numbers have been almost non-existent. So when you say Wall Street is breaking records, the problem is most Americans aren't really dealing with Wall Street. Most hard everyday working Americans don't own much in the way of stock, other than what's in their retirement account that they're not going to be able to touch for, potentially decades. But in terms of their actual, capital that they're using to get by and take vacations and shit like that, most Americans don't have anything. So it's possible for Wall Street to be making a killing and Americans to be suffering. Keep in mind, people were talking about how there's a wage, a disparity in wages. I mean, the wealthy is paying attention to Wall Street. Your neighbor, the people you see working at Walmart or, the average Joe, Wall Street don't matter to them as much. So when you say Wall Street is breaking records, what are you guys talking about? They don't have anything to do with Wall Street. Now you said Trump tariffs are making money. I am killing it, making money. Whatever. Okay, here's the other problem too with Trump's tariffs. Trump is suggesting that those tariffs are bringing in a ton of money, but the first question that's going to be asked is, how is that money coming into America translating into something that is beneficial for the average American? I mean, he can talk about just like when Elon Musk and Doge fired all those folks and they were talking about how much money they were saving in waste, fraud, and abuse. How does that translate to anything of value for the average American citizen? That's the question to be asked. So I'm talking about how much money you bringing in, but if it ain't doing nothing for anybody, it's just a boasting point for you. So that's what I would have to ask. Real quick before we continue on, how can the little guy survive with high inflation and anti-small business policies? I'd have to find out what is your definition of an anti-small business policy, because you started out by saying how can a little guy survive, but then you jump to small business. What about the little guy that works for that small business? Because any anti-small business policy, if we reverse, let's say we see a policy that is anti-small business and we reverse it, chances are the reversing of that policy is not good for the people working for that small business. You're either going to protect business or you're going to protect the employee. Usually trying to do one is going to hurt the other, and trying to do the other is going to hurt the one. That's just the way it is. Will G says Trump ain't shit. Says Will G. Says already leading to World War III. Damn. Lying on the campaign trail. The devil, the Bible speaks. That's deep, Will. He's coming in hard. Now, obviously, Trump has said some things on the campaign trail that are not culminating. I don't think that's even up for debate. World War III, though. What is he doing to lead us into World War III? I'd have to ask that, because he was also accusing Zelensky of doing the same thing, and I had the same question then as well. Den Cal, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. The FBI apparently scrubbed the FBI apparently scrubbed Trump's name from the list in all the news today. Huh? What do you mean by that? The FBI apparently scrubbed Trump's name from the list. All in the news today. I did hear there were tons of agents working on going through the Epstein files and flagging anywhere where Trump's name is on it. I'm going to tell you at this point, no matter what comes out in regards to the Epstein files, Epstein list, whatever you want to call it, I think there's going to be a significant amount of America that is not going to trust it coming from the Trump administration. And when I say that, I'm not just saying it as some lunatic liberal. I think there's a lot of MAGA that are not going to trust it because the consistency from Trump has been so bad on this. So bad. I mean, why are the FBI agents going through and flagging your name? Either you're going to release it or you're not. Why are they? I mean, the only reason to do that is because somebody's trying to protect you. So, I don't know. To me, that looks really bad. I'm sure to some of you it does too. But
you can answer.
But that is President Trump.
Yes or no to these. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least...
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others.
Shit, he was flaky back then. He wasn't even very consistent back then. I mean, he was making it, if you listen to him here, and this is obviously before he became president for a second time, he wasn't even confident. He was giving a shaky answer even back then. The FBI apparently, I saw that. We'll go ahead and start with the calls, if we will. His name is redacted. Wow. Jesus. I mean, whatever happened to the phrase "what's done in the dark will come to light." People can see when you're trying to hide some shit. So what he is doing is making it so that whatever comes out, nobody's going to trust it, because it's clear that there is a cover up involved. I don't know what Trump has done. I'm not going to accuse the man of doing anything. I'm not going to exonerate him either. But I think it's safe to say he is trying to cover. What the cover up is about. Maybe it's about, look, I was hanging with the guy at a party. I didn't do it, but something went down at that party, and I don't want my name released in conjunction with the party because it'll make me look bad. So I don't know what he's doing, but he is doing something trying to cover up things related to him. It's pretty clear that's happening. Denkel, good evening. Welcome to the program. So, do you think this Epstein stuff matters to MAGA really at all?
To some of them, see, when we call people MAGA, I think they're not a monolith. I think there are certain people who attach themselves to it because it's like a cool thing, like they belong to a group and it makes them feel good. But there's a lot of people who really legitimately believe that Democrats were running this child pedo ring, and they wanted to out these people. Now they're coming to find out that the guy they voted for is one of the people that they want to find out about.
Yeah,
listen, like I said before to you, you don't have to blame him. You don't have to accuse him of anything except for what he's done, which is provide aid and comfort to a convicted pedo.
Yeah.
By moving her to a minimum security prison, which is like Club Fed. That in itself should be enough to turn the stomach of any survivor or anybody who says they care about children.
I'm not hearing a whole lot of outrage from MAGA, Denkel. I'm not. Fox News is not going. I mean, we know if Obama or Biden or Clinton moved a pedo from maximum security to minimum security, somebody who has abused as many young people as this woman is accused of doing, they would go apeshit. They're not saying much at all about Trump having this woman moved. or even the fact that he wasn't solid in suggesting he would never pardon a pedophile. He was like, well, I haven't thought about it. I could do it. I mean, they're not saying much on this stuff.
He led off with, I can do it.
Yeah.
But nobody's asked me. He's telling a lie right there, because we already know her lawyer was in the news saying that he would hope, he's hoping that he would get a pardon for his client. So he can't say nobody said nothing. No, he's lying. And it's kind of sickening to watch these people go through these, these tap dances like Johnny 11 is. He's on here talking, making a joke. Everything's a joke about, him, being with the. He can't contradict. He can't combat. He can't argue any of the facts we're talking about. So what do? You tap dance and you make a joke out of it. You do like Trump do. You obfuscate.
What about now? Sabrina in the comments says they are silent because they know how bad it looks. Do you think there may be some of that involved in this?
Yes. Well, that's why I said, like, they're not all a monolith. Like, there are some people that are definitely ready to break away, but it's almost like they so far in that they almost need to see like a video of him doing it before
Jesus
they actually.
Christ. They got to see.
Johnny's on here talking about, he's just looking for sources. Well, you know who has the damn source? The president has.
Well, you know something.
Name redacted.
Yeah, and I'm going to say what you started out the live by saying, as opposed to sources. The fact that they have officially moved a known convicted pedo basically a serial pedo from maximum security to minimum security. Why do you need sources? There's nobody denying that alone, as you stated, didn't count. You're aiding and abetting a serial pedo to make her life better. What else do you need in terms of sources from anything more than that? That should be all you need, that he's done that. What do you want to see, something from Fox or OAN or Newsmax? That should be enough.
That should be enough. Everybody in his cabinet that's from Fox News was all on the same train talking about, we gonna reveal this evidence.
Yeah.
And the only person that we seen that was him and Horn was Trump. And that video you just showed him. Well, Epstein, that's a little different. That's a little different there. How is it different for anybody who voted for him for this? It's a little different because who knows what's in the JFK files? Who knows what's in the MLK files? He didn't have a problem. It's probably some people that, got outed in those files. He didn't give a damn about them. Now all of a sudden he cared about the people in the Epstein files.
Yeah. Well, in my opinion, what he should have did, considering that based on what we're hearing now, he clearly never wanted this stuff to get out. When they were crying out for this shit during the Biden administration, but he was for political capital back then, he should have came forward then, knowing that if I win, they gonna actually want this shit. He should have came out during the Biden administration and said, this is anything worthwhile. I need for you folks, for us to get back in and continue making America great. I need you to focus on the economy or focus on this Ukraine war or what's going on. He should have took their mind off of it during the Biden administration. That way, when he became president, there wouldn't be this huge push for him to provide information. But he was too busy using it to bash Biden over the head with. I guess he never thought this weapon works both ways. People really want this stuff.
Right, and I see Chris is in there talking about we will probably never know. I don't believe that's true because there's too much information out there. Too many people have put eyes on this information. They said they got almost 1,000 agents to start scouring all of this information. That means those agents know what was said about that. This stuff is not going to be gone forever.
Yeah, because you got to assume an agent or Trump's lawyer, hell, Melania, anybody, because Melania was hanging with Jazane a lot. I mean, he got more, but Trump got more pictures out there with Jazane than he do with Melania. But these people any of them coming forward and doing a tell-all, it's going to be worth probably 7 figures or more. So you're probably right. If the information is going to come out because it's so damn valuable. People want to know what's being hidden from them.
Right, and I feel sorry for I don't feel sorry for her because she earned anything that happens to her. But if she gets out, I wouldn't be surprised if she's, her water gets turned off really soon because there's other people, powerful people whose names are in there that they don't want to be revealed.
I mean, just for the audience at home, I need you to elaborate on what the meaning of having your water turned off is.
Hey, when you don't pay your bill?
Right.
And you go in there and you want to get you a nice cool glass of water?
Are you using having your water turned off as a metaphor for lack of blood flow?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure I was hearing that right.
All of your utilities will be shut off. Electricity, gas, water. Yeah.
And the metaphor would probably be liver, heart, spleen, kidneys. Yeah, I get it.
But she should be, out of all of the people that he talk about, we need to send the worst of the worst. She should be the one he's talking about getting rid of. But instead, he's reducing it, talking about, everybody should have known it was odd when they was sentencing her and he was talking about I wish her well. And they said, why would you wish somebody like that well? Well, I'm not gonna wish bad on anybody. Dude, that's not you, Trump.
Yeah.
You wish bad on everybody.
That's a great point too. Yeah, I don't want to wish bad on it. Yeah, you're right. The immigrants, the Central Park 5, you wanted them hung. You know what I mean? So you are right. He does wish bad on people. I don't know for some reason with Jazane, but I don't want to wish no ill will on her. Probably because you don't want her words to come out of her mouth and say something that's ill will towards you.
Exactly. And if she didn't have anything on him, we would not be going through this. We know Trump does not have a problem outing, subjugating, intimidating, anybody.
But I do have to ask once again, though.
Be saying, well, I just need to see more information. I don't know what else you need to see.
But I still have to ask once again. Do you really believe that if something comes out on this that is negative on Trump, that MAGA would call for him to step down or resign? Can you see that happening? Okay.
No.
So in other words, it don't matter then.
No. What does matter is if they revolt, they're not going to revolt against him, but they will revolt against the Republican Party. They will blame everybody around him. Which means midterms could be a real blue wave. And that's all you need to do is get the House and the Senate.
Wait, you saying they're gonna blame, so you're saying if something negative, if the Epstein or the Epstein files, Epstein list, whatever it is, reveals negative information about Trump, they're gonna blame other Republicans for it?
Yes, don't you see them at the town halls now, the Republicans? They getting booed out, cussed out, blamed for losing their health care. They talking about the prices. They talking about where's the Epstein list. And them people, I just seen them recording a video today of the people said, you're just not the right guy for us anymore. They're blaming their Congress people for supporting Trump's agenda. So yeah, MAGA is not gonna say Trump stepped down, which it wouldn't matter because he wouldn't have to anyway. The only way to effectuate that is through a process, is through getting the House and the Senate, bringing him up on impeachment charges, and not allowing not one.
And obviously that ain't gonna happen. Obviously, I mean, even the Democrats at this point, the only way Trump is going to get impeached this time is for the Democrats to have an overwhelming majority where they don't need a single Republican because. The country is getting tired of these impeachments failing against Trump. I mean, because didn't they threaten to do it a few weeks ago, and fortunately they decided not to or something like that because obviously they don't have the numbers at this point. So
Right.
yeah.
I agree, but I'm just talking about them gumming up the works, not getting rid of him, but gumming up the works to where they can stop any of these executive orders. They can pass laws to counteract the executive orders.
Yeah. But I mean, at this point, you got the gerrymandering machine is in full effect. Do you think the Democrats are going to do well in the midterms? I mean, you hear about the gerrymandering going on. Trump is trying to get 5 more congressional seats in the state of Texas alone.
Right. The problem that the Democrat states have is they have
Rules. Yeah, they have rules blocking from doing that shit.
Gerrymandering.
Yeah.
And so in order for them to get rid of those rules, that stuff is going to be in the courts, all the way up to the Supreme Court, which with the Supreme Court, they're going to sit it on their desk until after the midterms.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of stuff that's about to happen. And I know we've been saying it's going to happen, and it didn't happen when we thought it was going to happen. But we're seeing the effects. That 90 deals in 90 days is now up. Those countries that did not come to the table, remember he had that chart with all of those numbers on it?
Right.
Those tariffs have now gone into effect throughout the world. We already see Target and Walmart are now, instead of just saying that they raising prices, they going in there and they tearing off all of the retail tags off of all of their clothes and merchandise, so you can't see the price.
But what about folks who, because a lot of folks, the MAGA side of it, MAGA loves the tariffs. Now, obviously, you're right. I'm saying, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the tariffs hadn't hit yet, and now, like you're talking about, now that they've hit, is there any chance, they call it, they're nicknaming the guy Taco, Trump always tickets out or whatever. Do you think he might rescind these tariffs? Because it is going to have an effect. You hear Procter & Gamble, you hear what Walmart is saying, what Target is saying, so there is going to be no way to escape paying more for shit. So do you think there's any chance Trump may rescind this stuff?
I don't think he'll rescind them, but there is a possibility because it's still in court right now. The Supreme
the courts may stop it.
They may stop it if they see it's destroying the economy. They may stop it.
The Supreme Court.
What I want people to understand about these tariffs is Trump keeps saying we making so much money off of the tariffs. We talking about billions of dollars, which sounds like a lot. But the amount of money that we're making in tariffs is not even enough to cover the interest on our debt. We are $37 trillion in debt. A little bit of money he's making on the side, which is actually coming out of the pockets of the American people, is not enough to pay the interest on our debt. So just because he tells you this big number about how great the tariffs are doing, all that is our money, instead of going into the coffers of the Fed, is going into these tariff, accounts.
But what if at the end of the day, Trump can, at the end of Trump's term, he can say he brought the national debt down. I get that it's our money. I'm not disagreeing that tariffs are going to make us pay more for goods and services. But what about the notion that under President Trump, the national debt may come down?
He can't. He just passed a bill that's going to rise the national debt. They raised the debt ceiling by $5 billion, and on a low level, they said this big beautiful bill is going to raise the debt over $2.5 trillion. We're already above $1 trillion in our deficit.
I want to give you this one. This is on now. This is a comment in defense of the current commander in chief, because you're talking about how the tariffs are not going to bring in much money in. Well, one of my viewers, I'm trying to see what the name is here. 58C says, so how much were we getting before? Zero. Yes, zero. So the argument is duh. So in other words, he's saying, look, you can say Trump's tariffs are not bringing in much money, but under Biden, we wasn't getting shit because there were no tariffs like this at all. So how do you respond to something like that?
I say that since we all know where the tariffs come from, which is us, the consumer, why didn't he just say, I'm raising the taxes on American people and use the money to pay down the debt? It's a bait and switch.
Yeah.
You just say, oh, well, it's it was zero before, but he just made up an account that he's taking the money from American citizens and putting it in and saying, look, voila, look at this money. It's our damn money. We're paying for this shit.
It's my money and I want it now. Didn't Cal? I gotta move it up. That is probably the best simplified explanation of that. He's going to lower the deficit by taking money from you. You're going to pay more money for stuff, and they're going to use that money to lower the deficit. You want to brag about how great that makes you feel?
Why he's telling you the whole time that some other country is paying it. That's a lie.
Yeah, and I think all of the analysts are saying that. I think Fox News is just kind of avoiding the discussion, but all of the economic, the analysts are saying if you raise tariffs, it's going to lead to goods and services being, costing more, and the American consumer at the end pay for it. Everybody is saying that. I don't know why so many folks think.
So now we can have the legitimate conversation about what is going to happen when the tariffs hit. Remember, he started it on Liberation Day. But then he turned right around and said he giving everybody 90 days. So the tariffs some tariffs did hit, some 10% here and there they did hit. But now after August 1st, all of those tariffs are hitting all over the world. Brazil, wow. 50%, all of this stuff around the country, except for the 3 or 4 deals that he made, is going into effect. Now we gonna see that now that these retailers are coming out in the open and saying, we raising our prices.
And that is exactly what they're saying. Didn't Cal? You know what I got to do? Appreciate you coming through.
All right.
Thank you. And moving on with the comments, somebody in the comments said, God, you people are so illiterate. Andy, feel free to add a little bit more. You guys know we don't block, ban, or censor. Despite the comments you hear, we are MAGA friendly. We've always been MAGA friendly, always will be MAGA friendly. You can criticize and whatever the hell you may want to do, state it in the comments, but add a little bit of meat to your comment so I can actually have something to respond to. Just simply saying you're illiterate while we're both reading makes no sense at all. So, put a little bit more there so that it'll actually be something worth discussing. But in regards to what we were just talking about, before I go to the next caller, and tap the screen, by the way. I haven't asked you folks to do that. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 20,000. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to smash that like button. We're generally here most weekdays. Feel free to drop a sub if you like uncensored dialogue, which is what we're doing here. We do not block, ban, or censor anyone. We go left from Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak. You can be critical or criticize anybody, including the host. Just a few words you can't use because the fucking apps will ban you. But I don't mind you saying whatever the hell you want to say. But I don't want you saying something that's going to cause the show to get taken down. So you know those words that may have to make me block or ban you. And I don't think I've banned a person in probably 6 months or more. So understand, we don't have any moderators or any of that. This is an uncensored program. So what we're talking about, though, real quick, is the fact that when we're talking about the economy, this is news that was just released today.
The maker of Tide & Charmin says it will raise prices due to President Trump's tariffs. Procter & Gamble revealed Tuesday that its profits will take a $1 billion hit because of tariffs. And as a result, P&G will increase prices on about 25% of its products going into effect next month. P&G joins a long list of well-known companies that are increasing prices due to tariffs, including Nike, Walmart, and Best Buy.
Nike, Walmart, and Best Buy. I mean, like I said, these are many of the places we shop at. I think Target was in there as well. And shit, I don't think there's any way you're going to be able to avoid I don't know how much you guys are, what is your grocery bill looking like now? When you go buy groceries, do you feel like the grocery price that you're paying now is significantly less than it was under President Biden? Do you feel like Trump's economy is riding along high where you're doing much better than you did under Biden when you're paying for groceries and things like that? Because Trump promised that is what was going to happen.
$1,000. That credit card debt is at an all-time high. Did you know that the Kamala Harris price hikes have cost the average family $28,000, that credit card debt is at an all-time high, and that basically the prices of things have never been like this ever before. There's never been anything like it. If you want to bring the prices down, if you want to have a good life, vote for Trump. Did you know that
he started out by saying the price of everything under Kamala Harris is way up there? And we talked about this earlier. Kamala Harris as vice president didn't have anything to do with price hikes. That's a Biden thing, but he was running against Kamala, so he had to pin it on her. But do you see a significant difference in your grocery bill now than it was under Biden? Has grocery prices for you personally dropped a lot? Someone in the comments did say it went down a lot for them. I wanted to read the comment again. I think it says Marlene says less and way better. You're paying much less for groceries? All right. I like to know where some of you folks are, because I haven't heard many people saying that, but there is one person saying they're paying much less for groceries. As long as we pay the prices, they won't go down. That is so true. Capitalists are going to capitalize. Going to the box will go to Twisted. 7 good evening, Twisted. What about you, Twisted? Are you seeing grocery prices way down?
No, way down, but they are down slightly, yes.
When you say slightly, what do you mean, like 5-10%?
Yeah, about 10-15%.
15% cheaper? That's a lot. Wow. What part of it?
I wouldn't call 15% a lot.
Bullshit. That's if your grocery bill is $200, that means what is that? That's a lot.
$30 is not a lot. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about.
By the way, hold on before we. But your comments are on subs only, right?
No.
So that's that whole censorship shit.
That ain't censorship. I gotta encourage the program to grow sometimes too. That ain't censoring you.
But you know what? The other day when you got so angry because they were shutting off the comments, and you said you need the comments, that's censorship.
No,
just saying.
No, having a sub only program.
For them comments.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to YouTube. You can go to TikTok. Hold on. We are currently no. We are currently live on TikTok and YouTube. If all you do is want to post a comment, you can still do that. So I don't know where you're going with that, but you're saying that $30 off of a $200 bill is not that much.
Okay, but you got to remember something. I'm not buying for a family. I'm buying for myself. So I don't know if I'm an accurate, plus I own a restaurant, so I don't buy groceries that often. I buy a wholesale a lot more.
Okay.
So I'm not an accurate judge of grocery prices. You're better off asking somebody who does have a family and only shops at the grocery store.
Fair enough. But for you personally, the economy has gotten better. How do you feel about the threat by Procter & Gamble and Best Buy and all of them that shit's about to go up?
Just won't shop there.
Procter & Gamble, you're not going to buy toothpaste. I mean, almost all of the stuff you buy for toothpaste, your laundry detergent, chances it's almost impossible to avoid Procter & Gamble unless you deliberately look for it makes so much shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? If one company's raising their prices and others aren't, then you're going to go for the cheaper one, right?
Yeah, but do you think that if Procter & Gamble...
Okay, so that means I just if their stuff is more expensive.
So you're saying the solution... so you're going to boycott Procter & Gamble, basically?
No, I'm saying if their stuff is higher than everybody else's stuff, I'm not going to buy it. It's not me actively going out and saying I'm not going to buy their stuff, but if their stuff is higher priced, why would I spend the extra money?
That makes sense, but I'm just going to speculate here and say that my guess is if Procter & Gamble raises the prices of their stuff, the competitors' prices are going to go up too. I mean, if Colgate and Crest and all of their toothpaste goes up, chances are the toothpaste that's made by companies that is not a product of Procter & Gamble, it's going to go up too. It ain't going to just be Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble's one of the biggest... Go ahead.
Why would they go up?
The tariffs.
Explain to me. No. You said it would go up, but they're not stating it's going up. You're just assuming it is.
Yeah.
But maybe they get their stuff from different sources. Okay. But if it doesn't, they're not going to raise their prices arbitrarily just because somebody else raised their prices. They're going to keep their prices lower so you buy their products.
You actually believe that?
That's business 101.
No, that ain't capitalism, Twisted. And I'll tell you what I mean by that.
That's not capital.
No.
So wait a minute. You've run a business, right?
Yeah.
So if your competitor is charging $10 for product X, okay, and you can get away with doing $8, you're going to say, I'm going to charge $10, so I'm the same price as him, or are you going to stay with $8 and hopefully everyone's going to buy
No, if you're willing to pay 10 to him, I'm going to charge you 9 or maybe 9.50, even though I only have to charge you 8.
Okay, well, you're not going to be in business very long then.
I think everybody in business is doing that.
I'm going to tell you how the business world works then, okay? Because I'm going to charge you 8, right? And I'm going to put the other guy out of business. That's the logical thing to do.
Okay, but you ever heard of price gouging? You ever heard of price gouging?
Yes, I've heard of price gouging.
You think businesses are just gonna all do the right thing? Ain't nobody gonna do that.
You're thinking of it as a right and wrong thing. I'm thinking of it as smart business versus bad business. Why wouldn't you take your competitor's business?
I'll give you a perfect example. Anytime there's a hurricane in Florida, the price of plywood skyrockets, even though there's no other reason to do it other than people want it to board up their places and shit like that. Price gouging is the American way. I don't know why you think it won't happen in this case.
You're talking about emergencies, but we're talking about everyday, day-to-day stuff. You think everybody's going to raise their prices because somebody else did?
I think if all of a sudden, if you and I are selling the same thing and you raise your prices 10%, I'm going to raise mine at least 5%. I mean, yes, people are going to do that. Yes, absolutely.
Well, like I said, you might not be the best businessman then.
Most of it,
the way I would do things. That's not the way I do things.
I appreciate you not doing it that way, but that's not how most capitalists work. They're going to capitalize, which is what capitalism is all about. They're going to capitalize the opportunity to make more money. And if people are used to paying 10, then I can damn sure make at least 9.
Okay, so I'm going to capitalize on the fact that my competitor has to spend more money because he's getting his supplies from overseas, okay, and put him out of business by selling cheaper than him. That's just business. This is why I've been in business for 35 years.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you, hopefully you're right, which I don't think you are, but good luck with businesses deliberately keeping their prices low when they have an opportunity to raise them. I don't see that happening.
Okay. Well, you know what? The person that keeps them the lowest is going to make the most money. They're the ones that are going to sell the most products because their prices are lower than everybody else's. That's the whole point of competitive capitalism. You have competitors to keep your prices low. You're talking about companies basically saying, no, we're just going to charge you the same price. That doesn't make any sense.
No, they wouldn't. No, I wouldn't charge the same price. You gave a perfect example. Whereas if the product costs $8 and Procter & Gamble starts charging 10, I don't need to raise my prices, but they're charging 10 for what I'm charging 8 for, then I'm gonna go up to 9 because they're gonna still look at me as if they're gonna still look at me as if I'm selling stuff for cheaper. So I'm still going to fit your business model.
Okay, but you're assuming there's only 2 people making toothpaste or toilet paper. There's more than 2 companies. There's more than 5 or 6.
Okay.
So now you're going to have to make it. So the next guy's going to go, well, he's going to sell it for $9.50. I'm going to sell it for $9. The other guy's going to say, well, I'll sell it for $8.50. That's
right.
The whole point of competition.
But the point is, everybody's going to raise their.
Doesn't make any sense.
Everybody's going to raise their prices as much as they possibly can to still keep the bid. Okay, if you want 10 and he want 9, well, I'll charge $8.90. I mean, everybody's going to try to find a way to raise their prices. Everybody's going to do that.
My whole point was, though, the person charging the most, the person that had to raise their prices and have no choice, they're done.
Okay, I don't think Procter & Gamble ain't going nowhere. Procter & Gamble is. I mean, you heard the companies he named Best Buy. Best Buy may go out of business because people buy every damn thing on Amazon, but Walmart ain't going nowhere.
I was gonna say, Have you been in a Best Buy recently?
Yeah, Best Buy maybe, but Walmart ain't going nowhere. Walmart is not going anywhere.
The last time I went to a Best Buy, they had next to nothing on their shelf.
Yeah, 'cause people
It's
buy.
been that way for years.
Yeah, people buy electronics online, but Walmart is not going anywhere. And you hear him say Walmart is going to raise their prices. So I want to ask you something else. I was talking to my last caller about this. Do you the Epstein list or files or whatever the hell it is? Does that even matter to folks like yourself that supported Trump? Whatever comes out of
It matters
that,
to me.
explain.
It matters to me. It matters to me just as much as it matters to me that people lie about it, like your buddy Cal over there.
What did you say?
If he read that article, because I don't think he did. I think he read a headline. Okay, because he ain't smart. He's stupid. I'll tell you why. Hold on. I'll tell you why. Oh, whoa. Hold on. I'll tell you why he's stupid. Right?
Okay.
Because I read that article when he said it. Right? Do you know what it is?
No, let me hear it.
Okay. First of all, it says 3 sources close to that were familiar with the matter. That's a trust me, bro. I don't take that. But even if we just leave it at that, okay?
Okay.
Even if you trust those sources, what does it say? It said Trump and other prominent figures, but they didn't name the other prominent. Who are those other figures? If it's that important, who are the other figures that they scrubbed?
That's a good question.
No.
Well, let me respond to it. That's a good question. The obvious answer is, why tell us?
Why didn't the person writing the article tell us?
They didn't campaign on it. Trump did.
No. See, you're shying away from that. If it was such a big deal, okay, why did they let us know that other prominent public figures were scrubbed as well, but they don't tell us who they are?
Okay. Okay, then let's look at the media outlet and say they didn't do their job. But then I'm going to ask, why don't Trump tell us?
Again, I get where you're coming from, okay? But I'm asking a simple question. If it's important to Bloomberg,
I've answered that.
okay, to even state that there are other prominent public figures, why wouldn't they state those figures?
I just answered that. Maybe they got somebody that worked for Bloomberg on the devil list. Who knows? But we can hold Bloomberg accountable.
Maybe they're covering it up.
Right. And so that same statement would apply to Trump.
Or maybe they're just making it up.
If they're making it up, then like I said, this is where Trump needs to tell us who's on the list so we'll know and have a little bit more of a...
I don't disagree with you. But anytime some article comes out and says, oh, our source is somebody close to it. Our source is somebody close to this or somebody that, but they don't name their source, I don't believe them. I don't care who says it. I don't care if it's...
I don't you know something? I'm not... Okay.
Bloomberg, whatever.
Okay.
Whenever they say they don't name their source, they're full.
You know something? I would normally agree with you 100%, but when you vote for Trump and then all of a sudden anything that's critical of Trump, you demand proof for. I mean, he just said Obama tried to steal his 2016 election. He said Obama tried to bug his office. Obama was born in Kenya. That guy don't provide proof of any damn thing. You voted for a guy that don't ever prove anything. But when it's aimed at him, when it's aimed at him, you want proof. But when he's saying stuff, there is no demand for proof.
No, what I'm saying is when you say that Trump is named here and other prominent figures, but you don't name those other prominent figures, then it seems to me that your article is about nothing but smearing Trump and leaving these other people out. Because if it's important, then you name the other ones too. Okay. It doesn't matter what side there are. You're the news. You're not supposed to be biased, right? You're supposed to name the facts, just the facts, right?
I would agree with that, but I'm going to go back to what I just said. If Trump just gave us this shit, we wouldn't be arguing about news sources.
And you're right. And as far as the Obama thing goes, there's a ton of evidence that have come out. The fact that you haven't looked at it, that's your problem.
I haven't seen
it's there.
I haven't seen any evidence.
You haven't looked at it.
What evidence?
Have you looked?
I've seen. No, I haven't. What did I miss?
What? Okay. It's on the DOJ website.
The same.
And I told you. Wait, no. You look confused because I told you this before. But you
Because I'm not buying it.
Wait, you refuse to look at the evidence and then saying there's no evidence. See, that's disingenuous.
I'm going to tell you something. Tulsi, let me respond to what you just said. Okay, you can get upset. That's how politics work. I don't mind you getting upset, but the information, the DOJ website, as you say, Tulsi Gabbard is the one that's claiming this stuff. The same woman that said that Iran was not developing a nuclear bomb, and Trump said she don't know what she's talking about. But now all of a sudden on Obama, she suddenly does. The point I'm saying is she don't have credibility anymore at this point. Trump shot her credibility down. So I don't want to see what's on the DOJ website because she's the one that broke the news.
You were right. You were right in the fact that it's the DOJ website. It's the Department of National Intelligence.
And he said she don't know what she's talking about.
Wait. These files are from the Obama administration. They're not something they just pulled out of their ass. It's from the Obama administration. So you don't trust the Obama administration? Were they liars too?
My guess is if she said that they're not developing a nuclear weapon so early in their term, she got some of that information from the... Hold on. I didn't get to answer your question. If she's saying they're not developing a nuclear weapon so early in their term, she got that from the Biden administration too. So you can't pick and choose when you believe what's coming from those administrations. If she don't know what she's talking about, she don't know what she's talking about. You can't now all of a sudden when it's Obama, she suddenly knows. No, he screwed her credibility up.
I said these are records from Obama's administration. So you don't trust records from Obama's administration. That is what you're telling me. That you haven't looked at, that you haven't reviewed yourself, you haven't done any due diligence on it, you just don't believe it because it comes from her. But it didn't come from her. She's just showing you them from Obama's administration. That's not good enough. What is good enough for you? I want to know.
Consistency.
Good enough for you to believe. I don't care about consistency. I'm concerned about.
That's my answer.
Obama's administration. Love the guy. He was your king, right? Tell me, is it not good enough coming from him?
And I'm going to repeat what I said. You asked me, what is good enough? I said consistency. What I mean by consistency is if you're going to believe the stuff that came from the Obama administration, such as saying Biden won the 2020 election, you can't pick and choose what you accept and what you don't. Give me consistency and then we'll have a conversation.
Again, it's not going to be good. Nothing's going to be good enough for you.
Consistency?
Like these are records from the Obama administration. These are meeting notes, memos from the Obama administration. Not from the Trump administration, not from the Biden administration. This is from Obama's administration. These are files that were declassified, okay? You don't believe it, that's fine. Just say, I didn't trust Obama either.
I don't trust Tulsi Gabbard. I don't trust that the files Tulsi Gabbard...
That's not what you're telling me.
I don't trust that the files that Tulsi Gabbard presented came from that. Trump told me Tulsi Gabbard don't know what she's talking about. So I don't trust that the information she presented came from the administration, like you're saying. I don't trust her because Trump told me she don't know what she's talking about.
Did you look at it? No.
Doesn't matter if I looked at it or not.
So you didn't review anything.
Doesn't matter.
You're just going off because you don't get no price. It doesn't matter. So then, no evidence exists, but I can't have that.
Trump told me the lady don't. Trump told me the lady don't know what she's talking about.
Again, it's not her opinion. These are files from Obama's administration.
And she didn't say Iran was not developing. She didn't say Iran was not developing nuclear.
I'm not talking about Iran.
I am. I'm talking about it. She didn't come to the conclusion that Iran was not developing a nuclear weapon based on opinion. That also was based on files and information. So if she don't know what she's talking about when looking at files, I don't believe it on this one either then.
The files came from Obama's administration, from his own national security.
Where did the files come from saying that they were not developing a nuclear bomb? That came from intelligence and files too, from Biden.
Okay, you keep pivoting back to that.
Because it's part of her credibility.
Wait, what? No, it has nothing to do with her credibility.
Yes, it does.
You're conflating two different things. I'm saying that Obama's national security person, national intelligence, said something, presented information to Obama. Okay, we have those memos, we have those files, and you're saying, well, Tulsi Gabbard, this has nothing to do with Tulsi Gabbard.
That's in your opinion. It lends to credibility. It lends to credibility, Twisted.
No. This This is about your credibility right now. You choose not to look at something.
You choose to do exactly the opposite.
You're sticking your fingers in your ears and screaming, la la la, it doesn't exist, nothing there, there's no evidence. I'm not looking at that because I don't want to, because I don't want to believe it.
And
That's what you're telling me. This is why people don't believe you anymore.
Well, I mean, I can't make it. Listen, I don't mind, but I will tell you this. Trump has made it clear he don't trust anything that came from the Obama administration. But suddenly these files, we trust these? Consistency is what I'm asking for. He's not consistent, so I don't trust it.
So wait, you've been saying for years that he lied about, Obama, going after him. He lied. He was a liar, liar, liar. You screaming to the high heavens.
What are you talking about?
He comes out and says, well, here's the proof. And you say, I don't want to look at it.
No, I didn't say I didn't want to look at it. I didn't say I didn't say I want to look at it. I'm simply saying he's not consistent. When Obama comes up with all this other proof, such as he was in America and he didn't wiretap Trump's office, all of a sudden you don't want to look at those files. You only want to see the files that work to your agenda. So I'm using your playbook and saying, well, I don't want to look at the files that are the opposite.
When did I tell you anything about any of those things you just said?
You said that Trump won the 2020 election, right?
No, I never said that.
Who won the 2020 election? Who won the 2020 election?
Biden did. That's why he was president.
So why the hell Trump lying about it?
What he believes is what he believes.
All right, then. So maybe he believed. So maybe what they believe now is wrong too. This is what I'm talking about.
This isn't coming from Trump. This is coming from Obama's administration.
No, this is coming from Trump's
you didn't
administration.
Look at it. You have not fact checked it. You've done nothing, absolutely nothing. But sit there with a dumb grin on your face and say Trump bad. But
okay.
You can laugh all you want, dude. But the fact of the matter is, you're making yourself look like an ass because you're refusing to look at anything.
I mean, I can stand up, turn around, and drop.
You're up here telling everybody and all these people in the comments that it's not true when you don't know anything about it.
Hey, listen, if that's what you call looking like an ass, I can stand up, turn around, and drop my drawers and show you what an ass really looked like. I got to moving on. Twisted. We don't agree on anything, but you're always welcome on it, man. Spirited debate.
Later.
Catch you on another one. Good talk. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. As I say all the time, we make the solemn promise you don't have to agree with the damn host. That's not how this is ran. This is a free speech program. So if you favor free speech from all sides without censorship, you are in the right place. If you happen to be watching on Instagram, TikTok, or on YouTube, give your boy a sub, give your boy a follow. Will G says, I predicted Trump is cooking the books. If he hasn't already started, he asked J.D. Vance to oversee the Smithsonian to remove Trump's impeachment display. And that's what me and my last guest was going back and forth about. Apparently Tulsi Gabbard found some files that are saying that Obama tried to steal the 2016 election. One of the things I would ask right off the bat is, if Obama tried to steal this 2016 election, which Trump clearly won, he served 4 years. Why are they just finding this out now? I mean, you were in the White House for 4 years right after what he is alleging happened. You would have had access to the files. So you're going to tell me Obama tried to take the election from Trump in 2016, left behind a smoking gun, which is the files my last guest was talking about. And throughout Trump's whole term, he never found the files. Throughout Biden's whole term, they never decided to discard or throw the files away. And they were just laying there for Tulsi Gabbard to find them some 8 to 9 years later. Okay. All right. I mean, you don't think that if Obama really tried to cheat, he wouldn't have whispered in Biden's ear, shit, I'm glad that they didn't say anything during their first term. Make sure you get rid of that stuff. It's just laying around for Trump to find it 8, 9 years later. It makes sense to me, huh? All right, look at the comments. Let's look at all the files and figure out what's true or not. Creed, I like that. But the way Trump is handling the Epstein files, I don't think he would like that. So don't ask us to worry about the Epstein list. I don't think you're worried about the Epstein list anyway. It's pretty clear of that. Let me go back to the box. We're taking platform with Flame Train. We're taking calls on the platform you're on. You're on Instagram. We're taking calls on TikTok. And of course, there is no take calls on YouTube. Otherwise, I would gladly take calls on YouTube as well. Go back to the boxing. Creed, you say who won the 2024 election? Trump won all 7 swing states, so he did a good job. We'll go ahead and continue on with Andy. Good evening, Andy. Welcome to the program. Why are you mad at me, Andy?
Quit fluffing.
How the hell am I fluffing?
You fucking let that. Obama didn't do shit. You know it. Why'd you let that motherfucker? Oh, God damn it.
I like to let the people speak. What did he say that was wrong? Go ahead and correct him.
First of all, the first JE trial was under Bush, and Alex Acosta got the federal charges dropped, so it was only handled in the state of Florida. So Obama wouldn't have had shit, so he just sat up here and lied like a big dog.
Well, let me ask you this question.
Jesus, huh?
Let me ask you the question he asked me. Have you seen these alleged files that Tulsi Gabbard is presenting?
Why would I waste my energy on something I know isn't even possibly true, because I know where the court cases went down? Like, Trump and them forget. Like, the reason we published the fucking Mueller report is because we didn't want anybody to forget about Russian collusion, because we knew Trump was going to do just what he's doing right now. It's a hoax. Yeah, well, that's funny, because Jeff Sessions met with Ambassador Kislyak. So did Michael Flynn. That's why he went to jail. He spent a year in prison for lying to Congress about Russia. And so did Manafort. I don't know how Trump's going to scrub all these records, because the more lies he tells without thinking, the more shit he has to make for him to clean up.
Well, I don't know about having to clean up, Andy. I don't, like I said, even with the Epstein list, I don't think it matters. I mean, the Democrats hate him no matter what, and the Republican in the MAGA crowd, they're going to love him no matter what.
It doesn't matter. I've sat in a room with a couple of Republicans. I did not know Republicans as pissed off they were about these files.
They're pissed off about him, but not to the point where they're not going to ask him to resign. They're not going to ask him to step down. They're angry about it. Yeah, he didn't do that right, but he's still way better than any liberal.
Either. I'll give you what I think. I think that they had issues with all the shit he's doing, and they needed an off-ramp that would not get them ostracized. And this Epstein thing is the off-ramp from MAGA.
I don't think so. I just don't see it. I mean, even while we're talking,
Anybody else agree with me?
My comments are lighting up when people say MAGA 20, Trump's the best president I've had in my life. I mean, MAGA still absolutely adores Trump. This Epstein shit is not hurting him.
That TikTok is not our average blend of people. There are lots of people on here that just do politics and want to argue, and there are a lot of sycophants on here that just believe everything he said, hadn't bothered to read a damn thing. But that's not all of them. That's not all.
I can tell you, let me put it this way.
We used to think the ex-Republican Party was, responsible and things like that.
Let me put it this way. Show me some Republicans in power that matter, that make a difference, that are straying from Trump. Republican Congress people because of this. Republican governors, where they at? Because I'm not seeing them.
They had nobody to sign on to the Epstein files, and then they called them by themselves in that room and said, "Hey, look, we know you feel the same way we do," and they signed on to getting those released. And another thing, MAGA. Trump y'all are so effed up if y'all think that you can get grand jury testimony. See, Trump conned you all again. There's plenty of Holly. There's plenty of other evidence to pull from within that case. But he only asked to have the grand jury things released. No trial ever releases.
Yeah, but he's counting on the fact that a lot of folks, laymen don't know that. They think that he's talking about the grand jury. They actually think it's moving forward. He's it's a shell game, but it's worded to the point where if you don't know what's going on legally, it sounds like he's doing something.
Damn, you think they're dumb, don't you?
Shit, it got me in the beginning. So, I mean, yeah, everybody don't know legalese.
Yeah, but most everybody has, well, I don't know. forget common sense. I've decided MAGA can't figure out how to fucking walk, talk, and chew bubble gum.
You don't think
Just
that?
look at red states. Look at red states like mine. Red from top to bottom. Nobody to blame. Not a Democrat in sight. And they still manage to blame the president instead of saying, hey, Alabama's fucked up. We need to fix everything. They won't ever take responsibility for those. That's why, look, they say it's both sides until Donald Trump writes, the Democrats destroyed America. You know how that works? It's both sides until they write about us.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you. This is in the comments. I've saw it presented for the umpteenth time. I'll give it to you because I get asked this all the time, and I have an answer for it, but I want to hear your answer. The viewer says Biden would have released the list if Trump was in it. In other words, Trump, Biden and the Democrats did not want Trump to win. So if his name was in the Epstein list, the Biden administration would have released it. What say you?
Well, no, the Biden administration let the courts handle their business like they're supposed to, and they did release 1,400 pages under Joe Biden's administration. It's the courts doing it. It should never be the president involving himself in that crap, first of all.
Is it possible that there may be prominent liberals on there that Biden may have been trying to protect?
If there are, the hell with them, let them go. But, I mean, look, the only liberals I found on even on the flight blogs are Clinton and some old senator from the 90s that I didn't even know who the hell it was. And, the names are minuscule. But you know who's on there? One of the people saying ain't shit. What's the lawyer's name? Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz?
Yeah.
He's on the flight logs.
Yeah, he was on Cuomo about a week ago saying there is no list.
And there is a little black book out that you can find online of his connections, of his contacts. It's not necessarily a client list, but there is a full copy of his little black book online.
So then let me ask you the obvious question, and this could go to MAGA for all my MAGA viewers watching as well. Regardless of whether you favor Trump, don't like him, think he's on the list, think he's completely innocent of this, we can all agree with one thing. Trump is stalling. He is not doing what he campaigned on. Why do you think that is?
And look, you need a reason to go unseal those files. Even Trump didn't really have, you see what Miss Mobetta wrote? They're sealed to protect the victims.
Okay.
But also because Ghislaine Maxwell has not had her time to have her appeal is just now up in the month of August. So until this month, not a whole lot could have been done in the first place. So they sit there and they say that because realistically they know he's on it. They just don't want us to have anything true about him because realistically they believe every bullshit story they've ever heard about Clinton, Hillary, and they have no evidence on that shit, but they believe it wholeheartedly. She unalived all these. They believe every bit of that. All that's hearsay, no evidence anywhere. But Donald Trump did it. By God, you better give them video footage. Which, by the way, y'all need to quit walking around saying y'all want to see the actual evidence. It's a crime to watch the evidence. That crime is so bad that watching the evidence of that crime is a crime.
Yeah, children being sexually assaulted. Yeah, it's a crime to even watch that. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying about proof because you are correct. If Trump says something bad about a liberal, they don't need any proof at all. And you're right. Hillary Clinton drinking the blood of infants and all that shit. That stuff was never proven, and they believe that. A lot of people do believe that. So
Biden called them a fascist once, and Hillary said they were deplorable. And Donald Trump calls Democrats nasty shit all day, every day, and they think that's equal. See, that's like.
Well, I can tell you why though.
There actually is psychiatrists and stuff that say the way he's writing that is inciting violence. He is trying to gin up his base to attack liberals.
What is Trump doing right now?
He's been doing it for 6 months. Nothing has destroyed this country like a Democrat. That was today's post.
Well,
Just on and on and on about how we destroyed America, how we're the bad guys. He's othering us. Just like he's othering the immigrants, he others white people, he others the LGBTQIA plus community, because then his base will have no fucking.
But there is a case to be made whether and I don't agree with it, but there is a case to be made that Democrats are destroying America. I mean, they believe the LGBT, the woke shit, the CRT, the DEI. I mean, they believe that stuff is destroying the country.
Those are socialists. What did he do to destroy America? I don't see the Constitution effed up. I don't see the military jacked up like under Donald Trump. I don't see the American public about like. They are so not ready for what they just voted for. The tariffs, when the price of the damn tariff for Brazilian meat hits us, because Americans hadn't grown cattle in quite a while because of climate change and the fact that it's been too hot to get enough grain to feed the beef so they'd be fat enough, we buy most of our meat from Brazil. And there's already a 12 or 24% tariff on there. That make meat go up from $5.47 to $6.20. With this new one, the minimal cheapest meat you can buy will probably be $6.50 a pound, $6.70.
But it's gotta happen, Andy. I mean, the Democrats have been saying that we're gonna have Armageddon ever since Trump has taken office, and it has not happened yet. So it's making the Democrats look like they don't.
If it hasn't touched you, maybe not. But I'm sure the people that got deported, I'm pretty sure they think it's Armageddon. I'm pretty sure the families that are left behind mourning those people think it's Armageddon. I'm pretty sure the people that saw where their Medicaid was going to get cut and they need that life-saving medicine, and they want to be able to live, I'm pretty sure they think so. Just because some of our privileged asses hadn't had to touch us yet, don't act like it won't.
It's a difference between what's happening and what you are predicting. Hold on. Hold on. There's a difference between what is happening now. The Democrats are predicting what will happen because they said the price was going to skyrocket for everything by July 4th, and that did not happen. The Democrats have made some horrendous predictions on Trump on how the country would go, and that stuff has not happened.
If you let Fluffer get by with saying the Obama man, like you got to be joking me. You let that joke sit up here and run blaming Obama, blaming him every time, and you're gonna push like no.
I pushed back.
See, no, now you made me actually mad. Here's the reality of it.
No, I didn't push back.
Push back his damn tariffs. But as soon as they're locked in place, they'll be feeling it. Regardless, we didn't lie. He lied because
I didn't say you lied.
About them, and then he removed them. That is a lie.
I didn't say you lied. I said that until it happens, people are going to think it's a lie. The Democrats have been.
I don't care.
Well, I'm just telling you.
It's not our fault. Look, we're telling them what's coming. They can prepare or not. Because at this point, if you are not prepared for winter, you're going to be screwed. Because, like you said with Procter & Gamble, not only are things going up, going to be more hard to come by. You know, they're going to buy less of those products to sell. And so they're going to be scarce, which will give them the ability to drive the price up more. Yeah. See, he thought he was a good businessman. He don't know shit. Because the
he definitely was.
Capitalism, where in-stage capitalism, where three companies own everything in the food aisle, they price set, like remember when the diapers and the baby formula had a problem? Couldn't get formula? Oh, they stood on that price fixing. Yeah. And during the pandemic, anybody got kids, don't want to tell him what diapers cost?
Yeah, I don't know why he thought he had that belief that if a business doesn't have to price gouge it, but they have the opportunity, they're not going to do that. I don't know what, I mean, that doesn't.
And I'll tell you why I got so mad. The insinuation that we're lying when we read Project 2025 and now more than 50% is complete. Just because you haven't felt the ramifications from the actions yet, don't mean the actions haven't been completed. He eliminated the protections of the civil rights. There's no enforcement to the Civil Rights Act anymore. He eliminated that. That's huge. Set women back forever. There's a woman in Tennessee the other day had to go to another state to go to a doctor because now doctors, because they let religion in, because that happened, doctors can now say, because of my religious beliefs, I won't treat you. And because she was single and pregnant, doctors said, I won't treat you. So she went to Virginia.
Wow, I have not heard that. Damn.
So don't tell me the effects aren't being felt. Just not by some people. And the women who are bleeding out at the hospital and not making it from a miscarriage, they'll definitely tell you that it's here.
Well, keep in mind, Trump won the women's vote. I keep saying that. Women can't complain. They voted for Trump.
Well, I'll look that up, too. And the women that he got were only the women in church. 85% of the women that voted for him were good church goers, and that was it.
All right. Hallelujah. I got to move it on, Andy. That's what we're dealing with. He won the women. He also did pretty damn good with Hispanics too. So you talking about it's Armageddon for them. Well, you need to talk to your people because they voted. He won the Hispanic male vote. So,
but just because some people made some dumb decisions and voted this in doesn't mean we shouldn't try to fix this immediately.
And then you can do it immediately. We only do this every 2 to 4 years.
Talking about martial law in one of his posts this morning. I mean, the crazy stuff he writes on Truth Social daily. Just like they talked about Biden being mentally not there. That shit is literally deranged. They don't even notice.
That's our president. Andy, thank you for coming through.
I'm sorry I yelled at you.
Don't worry about it.
This is my anniversary weekend. We've been married 17 years.
Wow, congratulations. 17 years, huh? Shit.
Yeah, he just fed me a steak and some fries, and he got me a big orchid and bought me all kind of nice presents. I've been living the life.
He got you feeling like Melania, huh?
Shit, I like my husband. I want to come home to him. He is a great man. Like, no, don't do him like that.
All right, Andy. Congratulations to you. Happy anniversary. Thank you. What?
Buy paper towels and toilet paper tonight, because God knows you ain't gonna be able to afford that shit next month. Procter & Gamble don't play.
Damn. That ain't good. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate
Peace.
it. All right, moving on with the program. Will G says, didn't I just say that the FBI just scrubbed Trump's name off the list and all over the news, yet maggots are still with the deflection and excuses? Well, yeah, I mean, there's some, you're going to continue to hear, if the list is so important, why didn't Biden release it? If the list is so important, why weren't Democrats complaining about this under Biden? I mean, some of it, it's a legitimate, but it is a deflection too. Because under Biden, also the question could be asked, if the list doesn't exist, why didn't Trump say that? I mean, Trump had, what I always say, Epstein passed away a year and a half before the end of Trump's first term. He would have known if a list exists or not. So why is he saying no list exists 6, 7, 8 years later? He could have said that then, under Biden's watch. But he was okay with letting everybody believe there was a list under Biden because he thought it would be political capital to hurt Biden with. Then all of a sudden he gets back in office and suddenly, well, let's not talk about Epstein anymore. Continuing on, though, for the last 4 years when Biden was in office, MAGA was definitely thinking Armageddon was coming. So much. So they were expecting JFK to come. Yeah, they were talking about John F. Kennedy Jr., the one who died in a plane crash. That's the Q side of the things, though. I don't want to put all MAGA in the Q category. Just like you got far left progressives, the defund the police types, and obviously the right makes it sound like all liberals want to be socialists and all liberals want to defund the police. That's not true. Just like all MAGA or all Republicans don't follow Q. I don't want to, stereotype everybody like that, but you are correct. There were people saying that JFK Jr. was coming back and all that shit. People were saying that the military was going to arrest Nancy Pelosi and they were going to put Trump back in as the 17th president of the corporation, some crazy shit like that. And I was getting guests on the program saying a lot of that stuff. They really believe that. Those cables were coming out, and I would ask my guests, like, how many of these things do you need to have not happen before you stop following this shit? Okay, first he's going to be president again in February. Then it moved out to August. Like, how many of these things have to fail before you realize somebody's lying to y'all? They just couldn't hear it. They couldn't hear it. Anyway, I do not believe the local police should have military vehicles. Maryland, I say in some special cases. Because unfortunately, and your point is well taken. Your point is well taken about a militarized police. But the problem is, because we have Second Amendment rights in this country, we're allowing the citizens to get access to a lot of the same hardware that they can get in the military. So the only way the police can keep up is to be able to get the same shit. That's where the problem is. We want to have shall not be infringed. We want to have Second Amendment rights. Well, the problem is our ability to have that right really makes the job of police hard. That's why when they pull you over, they touch the quarter panel of your car to leave their fingerprints on your car, just in case you shoot them. They'll have proof that they were actually interacting with you. That's why they want you to keep your hands on 10 and 2 and let me see your hands all the damn time. When I lived overseas, they didn't do that. They don't worry about their citizens shooting the cops. So they don't demand you keep your hands out of your pocket and all that shit. They don't expect that to happen. In fact, I'll give you an actual real world example that happened to me. I got pulled over in a suburb of Brisbane when I lived in Australia. And yeah, I was doing all that shit. Get out the car, talking to the guy with my hands up. And he actually told me, actual quote, "Put your hands down, you're not in America." He actually told me that. Because over here, our cops don't know. I mean, the guy you pull over may be the guy that tries to take you out. I mean, it's back where they were using all kinds of shit. They had to go to a gun store because the criminals had them outgunned. There was a guy who actually used a tank. They didn't have any way to stop it. So, I mean, people get access to all kinds of wild shit now. Anyway, looking in the comments, tap the screen. Don't cross the Democrat line. You will disappear. What does that mean? Huh? What the hell does that mean? The United States is fantastic. Americans are very intelligent. I'm Brazilian and I've loved America since I was a child. Okay, fair enough. They could feed her shit and tell her it's chocolate and she would believe it. Okay, I don't know where that's going, but let me continue on with the program. We'll go to Miss Mobetta. We're not fluffing tonight, right, Miss Mobetta? We're keeping it real?
But I don't know how you didn't cuss that twisted guy that was up there. You were supposed to light his ass up. First of all, everything he was saying was asinine.
Give me an example.
He was just going off the whim. Oh, the files were under Obama. First of all, they talk about you. Look, you ain't read shit. Because first, that wasn't from the Obama administration. It was from Bush. Second, when they did transfer over, they sealed. Those were sealed documents. You can't just go in there and get sealed documents. Those have.
What are these files in reference to? You said under Bush, because obviously Bush is.
When it comes to the Epstein files, that all started. That was before.
Oh.
That was before Obama. So they keep. This stuff has been. It's not new.
That's not what he was talking about, though. He's claiming that Tulsi Gabbard has files that show that Obama tried to interfere with the 2016 election that he won.
Nobody believes her. She's a piece of shit too. She's a piece of shit, and Trump got all kind of yes men around him that's going to do what he said. They're going to tap dance at him because he threatens their livelihoods.
Yeah.
How legal is that? If that's not an abuse of power, what is it, Tim? Help me out.
Well, I because Congress ain't saying shit, nobody's complaining about it. I mean, I want to feel the same way you do, but the Republican Party seems to be totally okay with it.
Because again, he got them their livelihoods threatened as well. So when he figures, all right, well, I'm going to give y'all this position. I don't even think they realize that they are his boss. He got them thinking that he's theirs.
Yeah, and that is true.
They don't even understand their position that they hold.
Well, they believe the man is doing. I mean, I got MAGA to say that man is the best president they've ever had in their whole lifetime.
Those are the same folks that he just took their health care. They will still believe that he's the greatest. Those are those dummies. They goofy as fuck.
Well, they don't believe the health care has been lost. I mean,
Of course, they don't believe sugar is sweet either.
Damn. Well, here's what you're, and this is what you're talking about in regards to using your power or abusing your power. This is Trump before he got elected, though.
Circumstances, you are promising America tonight. You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
for
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
meaning
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
that's not retribution.
And Sean Hannity is right. That's not retribution. That's actually not what he was. Yeah, that's not what he was asked.
You see, they'll ask him a question. He'll talk about something totally different.
Yeah.
He never, and he's always always reference that, oh, Kamala couldn't speak. Like he said, Kamala couldn't speak and can't do it. Bitch, you can't even answer a fucking question. They ask him direct questions and he will not answer them.
Well, but but let's be honest, he's not the only politician to pivot. And I mean, obviously you've seen Joe Biden in the June 27 debate. He really couldn't answer anything. I mean,
Biden was sick.
Then why the hell they let him go to that?
I don't know why that was a whole fail on his PR team.
That's got to be probably one of the worst mistakes of Biden's 80+ year life.
Yeah.
How would you
know on a healthy Biden day, Biden would have ate Trump ass up like he did. He would have been. Kamala ate Trump ass up in that debate. Trump is easily debatable. He speaks with zero substance. He can't articulate. He's very non-articulate. It's just so many things you could win against him.
I'm going to tell you though,
that's what solidifies to me that Elon helped him win that election.
I don't know, because I'm going to tell you, as somebody who has went to a couple Trump rallies, and even though I lean politically left, I wanted to go to see what the energy was like, and I actually felt it. Even though you're right, sometimes he says some wild shit. When you go there and hear him speak, the guy has a way with the crowd. I mean, he is really good at charming a crowd. I mean, to the point where I'm sitting there, I actually applauded for a couple things he said. Them rallies are really energetic. So
I wish you'd give me some examples of that shit you applauded, because Lord knows from where I'm standing, Believe it or not, one of the things I applauded was him threatening tariffs. He was threatening to impose tariffs on John Deere because they were taking jobs down in Mexico to make tractors. And he was like, if they keep doing that, every tractor they send back to the United States, I'm going to put some 25% tariff. It sounded really good. He's doing it. He gonna do it anyway. Because he feels that he's that man, that I'm the shit, I'm in that position to where I can do that. He doesn't see that it's his constituents and the people of this country are the ones who are footing the bill. He is a weak man.
Wait a minute. We can go back and forth about Trump.
He's a bully.
Okay,
Which makes him a weak man.
Bully perhaps, but I don't.
He's a weak bully, is what he is.
Trump, he gotta be.
That's fine.
He gotta be one of the most successful bullies I've ever seen. How are you saying weak? I don't see the weakness.
Trump is a weak man. That's what bullies do.
What is your definition of weak?
He'll name it business.
What is your definition of weak?
When you have to get up and insult people or take people's livelihoods and stuff because you really have no real gumption about yourself, that makes you a weak man, a weak person. I'm not just a man, just a weak person.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but
okay.
He is, and I see in the comments, Peppo Naya Shelley says, will Trump go down as the best president ever? I don't know about the best president ever. That's a bit much.
No. Not from the numbers that I've seen. Now, and as far as going back to this thing with them moving Ghislaine to a minimum facility, to
minimum security prison,
a weaker facility and stuff like that.
Right.
Like, for anybody that actually supports that or find any justification in that, you might as well go and do the act yourself.
Yeah, that's one of the things that even if you love Trump, I would have to ask, when the next MAGA guest I get on here, I'll have to ask him because everybody knows that Ghislaine Maxwell is guilty of basically pedophilia over and over and over again. And for him
they keep saying, I hate to cut you off, Tim, but they keep saying, that list doesn't exist. Where you get your stuff? The lady's in jail for 20 plus years. What do you mean the list doesn't exist? So I guess her whole case is made up?
In all honesty, it doesn't matter if the list exists or not. Aiding and comforting somebody who is a serial pedophile in itself is a major issue. Why are you giving this lady better comforts while she's incarcerated? I mean, that is worthy of discussing.
And then they talk about, y'all don't care about, they keep talking about, oh, we care about the victims. That's why they don't want to release the list. But yet you send this lady to another facility. Y'all don't give a shit about those victims. And if it didn't, why the victim unalived herself because of this shit?
Yeah. Yeah, the upgrade for conditions for Jose Maxwell is one that I would have to I got to get a MAGA viewer on and have him explain it, because Trump doing that's something I'm certain that they would not have agreed with if Biden or any other liberal did, is upgrading the conditions for this woman after she's been convicted of being a serial abuser.
Yep. And I believe Melania was one of her constituents also, one of her victims also. She just so happened to hook them up with Orange Club.
Wait, you said you believe Melania was a victim of Jazane?
Yep.
She was grown. Victim how?
Listen, because most of the victims, I don't know if you've ever read into any of this stuff, most of their victims came from other countries.
Okay.
That's why they felt that they was gonna get away with it. A lot of this stuff.
So in what way would Melania have been victimized? I mean, she's worth probably 10 figures by now.
But listen, simply because of when she started out as, Melania's very young. She's a lot younger than Trump. So
she wasn't underage though.
That don't matter though. Just because your age, yes, I get that part, but that doesn't mean she couldn't be a victim.
In what way? A victim of what? Victim of what crime?
Bullying her to be in the position that she's in. You see now, she doesn't like her husband. She doesn't appear to be very comfortable around him.
Bullied her into being worth about 10 figures.
That money doesn't erase everything, Tim.
I agree, but she don't look like a victim.
Money doesn't erase everything. Like I said, I'm telling you, she does not appear to be comfortable in her position, even as the first lady. She doesn't. And they have a longer history than they're putting forth as far as Trump and Ghislaine, however you pronounce her name, Maxwell, and all of that stuff. They got a very long history.
Well, and I seen the comment Sabrina saying Melania could have been groomed or something of that nature. I don't know. I mean,
listen, it's my humble opinion, but I'm just saying, I you got to pay attention to people, how they move. You know what I'm saying? We definitely don't listen to nothing.
When Trump was out of power and he was facing all kinds of impeachments and criminal charges, and Biden had just took power, if Melania wanted to escape, that would have been the time. She could have came forward and told all. I mean, because everybody was piling on at that time. She could have jumped in then.
That's not gonna happen, Jim. It wasn't gonna happen. She might have had a couple dollars, but she didn't have enough to make that go away. It's no escaping him. You don't know how that works. That's like even.
How is there no escaping? The liberals would have done everything they could to help Melania bury Trump.
Again, like Sabrina said, she was already groomed. At that point, listen, you're going to say and do what we tell you to, and you better not say anything. That's what bullies do, Tim.
I don't know. Melania don't look like.
Sit down and give you a lesson with language and vocabulary and stuff. Just because words matter, I keep telling you that. Like, they said something to her to make her stay there. She was.
How about you gonna be? How about you gonna be set for life? I mean, maybe they said that.
I mean, that could be it too. But either way, I don't think she wanted to be there.
I mean, wasn't she already selling pictures of her body before Trump?
She could have been.
Right. So I would see her as opposed to being groomed and a victim. I think she was out here chasing the bag. I mean, I see her more like that. I don't see her.
She is hoe. She is permanent hoe. Okay.
Well, 10 figures. A lot of women would take that place.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, though, as far as that list goes, QAnon has started a lot of that stuff. I don't know if you remember when they first started, they was naming every Democrat there was.
Yeah. Yeah, like they were saying that Hillary Clinton, they were saying that, they were saying that Hillary Clinton was drinking blood, infant blood. Yeah, Q started a lot of the conspiracies. You're right.
Biden and Hillary was dead, that they were robots.
Yeah.
I mean, they were saying some outlandish shit.
Yeah, I got one of my.
Still believe that stuff to this day.
Yeah, I got one of my viewers right now who believes that Biden is long deceased. He believes that Hillary Clinton was executed in a tribunal. Yeah, I mean, I've had some Q viewers come on the show and say that, so they do believe that.
They down in Gitmo in the prison down there, and they were just saying so many things that are just crazy. And like I said, when Trump gets out and says he was running on his Epstein files, he hit that snag in the road that said his name was one of the top on the list. Now all of a sudden the list doesn't exist.
Do you think he ever intended to release that list though?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
He just know his supporters buy into anything he says. He know he's on that list as well as we do. So now what they're doing is we got to take this list. Where my Sharpies at? So we can come out with this shit. Well, you know he love a Sharpie now.
Before I let you go, let me ask you the question I've been asking everybody else. Does it even matter? I mean, if he actually, let's say for instance, he is on the list and it looks bad or something like that. Do you think that would even matter to MAGA though?
A lot of them, yes. I think a lot of them, it will matter to them. You know, for the ones that, you know, are self-respecting, that they're like, listen, you told us X, Y, Z. Well, this is not what you told us. This is something totally different. So, you know, and like I said, they got to do what they got to do. They're going to try to postpone it as long as they can because they need those midterm elections to be read. They need those seats to be read because if they allow it to go blue, the election, the House and stuff to go blue, Trump is going to be finished.
Well, and I'll tell you one thing: if Trump does well in the midterms, the Democrats will finish. Probably for it.
He's going to continue his tirade. Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah, if Trump does well in the midterms and maintain control of the House and Senate, the Democratic Party might cease to exist.
This is where the Democrats really have to go hard. Keep pushing about this list. No, don't let up off the gas. You can't.
Good luck on that, Miss Mobetta. Nobody does it better. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Let my boo mic up. Don't be having him wait. No,
we don't run. We do not run. Real quick in the comments. The economy is tanking. Just look for heads to roll. When businesses start telling the truth about prices and Trump starts yelling rigged. Yeah, if the businesses start raising prices like the article I just played where Procter & Gamble and Walmart and all that, if they start raising prices like that, yeah, Trump is probably going to say that those companies are price gouging because Trump doesn't favor any bad information coming out while he's in office. I mean, he's going to blame it on somebody. And my guess is if they start raising prices, he might start threatening Procter & Gamble in some kind of way. Because they sell so much shit, you know, break up their monopoly or whatever the hell he might come in there and do. But yeah, if they raise prices like that, if Walmart raises prices like that, they're going to be dealing with the wrath of Trump soon after that. Because obviously, if they raise prices, people going to blame Trump for the price being raised, and Trump knows that, so he has to get ahead of that and put somebody else before the firing squad. So he's going to, my guess is he'll start threatening Walmart, threatening Procter & Gamble. And that's why people like him, though, is because when they are doing stuff like that, he can find a way via threats, via bullying, to make them backtrack and do things that people believe are better for us. I'm just simply saying if they start raising prices at Walmart, Trump is going to start making threats towards Walmart. Don't know what he might do, but I would not be surprised. And I see in the comments, Sabrina says that's not capitalism. No, it's not. We're not in Kansas anymore. This is MAGA. This is MAGA country. We're not in Kansas anymore. A lot of things are being done differently. Remember, he's talking about taking the contract for a new stadium away from the Washington Commanders if they don't go back to the name Redskins. Normally, a president has nothing to do with demanding a private company change their name to his liking. We're not in Kansas anymore. We're in MAGA country. They do things a little bit differently here. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump tried to eat Gabbard's nut. What the fuck? Oh my God. Wait, let me read this again. Will G says, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump tried to eat Tulsi Gabbard's muffin. You already know what we're talking about here. If you know what I mean. Oh my God. Trying to get some of that Gabbard goodies. Jesus, Will. Oh my Lord. Melania Trump might be in a shotgun marriage. Ooh. Look, if you're going to give somebody the amount of money that Trump has put in Melania Trump's, what do you want to call it, generational wealth that she's gotten out of him, you wouldn't have, I mean, there's a lot of chicks that'll love to take that. I mean, I'm sure Trump ain't asking for too much. I mean, all you got to do is hold my hand and walk out and make a few appearances with me. I guess maybe give him head a few times every few years. I mean, he ain't asking for much at 80. It's an easy job at this point. All the hard work is done. Will says, ask Trump's ex-wives about how they feel. One is unalive for tax purposes. Damn. Yeah, but he was a different man back then. He's old now. He kind of, he ain't playing ball the way he used to. He don't got old now. So it's the job for Melania is pretty easy at this point. She ain't nothing but just somebody who got to hang around him. Just, be a trophy wife, stand there, look kind of cute for the public, give a bullshit speech here or there, hold my hand, walk off Air Force One with me and wave. That's really it. He ain't jumping on top of that. He ain't smacking it from the back. All that stuff's over with. The man's 80 years old. Ain't no way you can die from a torso injury. I'm just saying. You're talking about Melania, you're talking about Trump's ex-wife? You trying to say, what are you trying to say? He took the life of one of his exes? Is that what you're trying to say? Dems are not crying. They're not happy. No such thing as sides. The only two sides are rich versus poor. No, I don't agree with that because there are a lot of poor that are fighting on behalf of the rich. So when you say there's only two, it ain't Democrats and Republicans, it's rich versus poor. There's a whole lot of people that are poor that are fighting on behalf of the rich. Whole lot of people that are poor that do not agree with SNAP and food stamps, do not agree with a minimum wage increase, do not agree with universal health care. I mean, poor people that don't agree with that shit. That's poor people speaking on behalf of the wealthy. Because if you're wealthy and you live in a country where they're not taking tax money from you to look out for people via universal health care and SNAP and food stamp, that's better for you. You get to keep more of your money. So there's a lot of poor people in this country that are actually looking out for the wealthy. So I don't think it's just two classes. I think it's a lot of defenders of the wealthy out there too. Anyway, looking in the comments, a lot of poor people ain't know they poor. Yeah. I had somebody I was debating with years ago when Obama was trying to pass Obamacare, telling me how she could afford her own health care insurance and she had a job and she was 26 years old, talking about she didn't need Obamacare and nobody else needed it. Just get a job like I do and you'll get insurance. She worked for Walmart at the time, making $9 an hour. I remember the discussion like it was yesterday. And I told her, I said, you have insurance at Walmart making $9 an hour, that if something ever happened to you, that insurance would be useless. You can't afford any co-pays, out-of-pocket costs. You make $9 an hour. You ain't gonna have you don't have any money to pay the shit. Your cut of those costs, you can't afford it. You're making $200 and some odd a week. If something happens to you and you need a major amount of hospitalization, your paycheck does not cover the out-of-pocket cost the portion that you will have to pay. You don't make enough to cover that. She never thought. She was white. Somebody said, well, she white or black. It was a white girl. Everything you just named has been done but doesn't work. Good, especially socialized health care. That is not true young tap. And by the way, let me just say this before we go to the next caller. When Obamacare when he was trying to pass Obamacare, people were bringing up how bad socialized health care was in Britain or in Canada. There was these long wait times and things like that. The reason why I think people say that is because they're comparing it to somebody who has money in America and can afford a decent healthcare plan. If you're an American that has no insurance at all, how are you going to tell me that what they have in Britain or in Canada is worse? You're going to tell me you're better off in America with nothing than whatever they're offering them in Great Britain or in Canada? No, you're not thinking about those people. That's why you're suggesting that it doesn't work. It's because you're not considering the people in this country that have nothing. Yeah, it might take me 6 months to get a knee replacement or something. That's better than what we have when you don't have nothing at all. You're never going to get it. So I don't understand why people don't realize that. You can either have wait times or you can have somebody just tell you, no, you don't have insurance, you can't get it. To me, I'd rather deal with the guy with the wait time. It's not great, but there is some kind of light at the end of the tunnel. So there's no way, in my opinion, I don't see how anybody can suggest that America without socialized health care is better off for people who have nothing at all than someplace like Great Britain or Canada. It's simply put, you're not thinking about those folks. Trump walked in on teens dressing, and he bragged about it. I am aware that he was accused of walking in on some beauty pageant contestants and stuff like that that were in their teenage years. I didn't know he bragged about it, though. I haven't heard that. Government services are an oxymoron. Let me say something real quick about that. I wish I had the damn clip to play that, because you know how universal health care and how the government services don't work. Ronald Reagan has that quote, the worst words you could ever hear is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. For you folks that are saying it, do you know that Trump is now trying to pass laws that allow him to deem homeless people as mentally ill and commit them? So for you folks who are saying government services are an oxymoron and government don't work, you do realize Trump is trying to now use the government to deem homeless people as hooked on substances or mentally ill and commit them to programs for treatment. So my question is, either the government can get the job done or they can't. We cannot have an environment where when Obama talks about giving people health care, the government ain't worth shit. But when Trump talks about doing it, it suddenly is effective. Because that's what he's doing now. He's talking about picking up homeless people off the street and committing them, meaning that they got to get mental health treatment and shit like that. They got to be taken care of by the government because they're involuntarily held. So if you're on the street strung out on heroin or fentanyl, or you're just talking out of your fucking mind and they come and grab you and commit you for a few weeks, you're their responsibility. So either the government knows what it's doing or it doesn't, because that's what Trump is talking about doing now. Anyway, let me go back to the box. Tap the screen. We should be at least at 50,000. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll go ahead and continue with the program with Nate Moreno. Good evening, Nate. Welcome to the program. What am I getting wrong, Nate? Tell me something.
Well, I don't really know I came in late, but actually it's fun thing to make them lose weight.
You're breaking up. Wait, say that again.
I said Trump is getting LT to bring the kids back into health, like to get them back into shape. Mm-hmm. He's a sex offender.
He's not convicted.
He's a sex offender.
He's not convicted.
He was. LT was.
Who was LT?
Lawrence Taylor.
Oh, damn. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay, the football player. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Wow.
You just gonna have to do all the beats? Like that's what's gonna happen?
So I heard about him talking about bringing back, fitness tests in schools and things like that. So he's going to use Lawrence Taylor, right? He's going to use him, the former NFL player, to get children back in shape. And he's a registered sex offender.
Yeah, and an ex-fiend.
Yeah, he was a drug user too. Wow. Yeah, that is.
He got caught up with a prostitute who was a minor. And he got locked up for it.
Well, at least he is doing something for a black man, though.
Well, he's doing something for all the kids, too.
You said what?
I said he's going to be doing something to those kids, too.
Damn.
He ends up relapsing, You never know. LT was always just relapsing back and forth.
Why would he pick that dude? That is a good point. Why would you pick a registered sex offender to work on behalf of children?
Listen, I don't know.
And why is MAGA not saying nothing about that?
Why would they? Anything that's wrong, they're not gonna say nothing about it. But I'm from New York. He's a giant. Like we know. Like he got caught.
That's really bad. You actually are using a registered sex offender to work with children, talking about you're helping them get in shape. That's really bad. And certainly right now with the whole Epstein saga floating around you, man, that's bad PR. You can't find nobody else. That is really bad.
And then with homeless people, like if they throw them into mental wards, it's not like jail. So they'll give them a ticket, you have to pay that off regardless. But you end up in a mental ward, they have to approve you to say that you're better now for you to leave. They can keep you there forever.
Wait, say that again?
So in jail, you get a sentence, right? So you get 10 to 5, you get 5 to 10, whatever. You get a jail sentence.
Okay.
In a mental institution, they don't give you a sentence.
Right.
They have to say, oh, he's good, he could be on society now. So you could be in a mental ward forever.
Yeah, that's what I said when they first started talking about giving him the ability to round up people and deem them mentally ill. I said that these might be the people they're going to use to do some of these immigrant jobs and things like that. Because if you want to get out of this facility, one of the requirements is that you show us you can be of value to society. So we're going to have you pick up trash for 6 months, or we're going to have you pick fruit for 6 months. And you have to do this to demonstrate that you're capable of functioning in society, and you don't get paid for it. My guess is when you allow him to pick up people and there is no accountability for it, yeah, he can do, I mean, and he can have all of the people that will be working. The whole facility is probably going to be privatized. So they're going to make a bunch of money off of that.
That's like the Happy Gilmore. The guy ends up being like a drug rehab counselor. And he's like, you're hooking back onto the drugs. Like, you should wash my car. Like, to get better, you should wash my car. And he just had him doing chores and stuff like that.
Go ahead. I just saw that movie the other day. I didn't even think of it like that. I just saw that movie the other day though.
And then when he went to the back to see the girls or whatever, he said it in Howard Stern.
Yeah.
He said he had to go in the back, since his pageant, he was just checking out to make sure everything was running right.
Yeah,
he bragged about it. He said it on Howard Stern.
Yeah, he definitely has some that Howard Stern era, and I mean he was on The View talking about he'd be dating his daughter. He got some really suspect quotes out there. I'll dress it up nicely for Trump. When he's looking at a 10-year-old talking about I'll be dating her in 10 years. I mean he got some really suspicious quotes out there. Stuff that he's been caught on mic, caught on video saying. I don't know how to even respond to that stuff.
But his kid being 1 year old, they were like, oh, like what does she have of you?
Yeah, he was talking about her titties already. He was talking about her titties already. Like, I don't know what her breast's gonna be like. Talking about the legs of a 1-year-old baby. I don't have any defense for that. I try to defend Trump where I can, but how you could be looking at a 1-year-old and talking about what her titties are gonna, what her chest is gonna turn out like and her legs and stuff from a sexual aspect. I don't know why he would do that stuff.
But even worse is his kid. It's not even somebody else's kid. You saw about his kid, the one he changes the Pampers and everything.
Yeah, it was his child. What was he on The View? Because I mean, there's video of him doing this. I think he was on The View when he said that. There's actual video footage of him doing this, so it's not something that people were making. Somebody said AI. This saying AI wasn't even invented back then. AI had nothing to do with no AI. AI didn't exist back then.
What about the wrestling chick, the wife? What's the Vince McMahon's wife?
The one that's over
job, right?
The one that's over education?
Yeah.
What about it?
Now, Vince McMahon, he got into a whole big shit that he had to leave, he had to give up the company and everything because he was abusing some chick that used to work with him. Like forcing people to go over there and have sex with her, shitting on her, pissing on her. And she's like, I don't want to do this. She threw out the letters.
I think Trump is an alpha male that has been allowed to allowed to be the boss. I mean, he's been allowed to do a lot of stuff that would probably not pass by today's standard. You know, a lot of men were able to do shit like, I mean, he's been a guy that's been, you know, a narcissist, a womanizer type guy, and he's gotten away with a lot of stuff. And of course, having all that money doesn't hurt when you want to be able to get away with shit. Having people like Michael Cohen as your fixer and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure he's gotten away with a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, his wife is a straight up a hoe. Like, that's obvious. She's
What
a straight up
the
hoe. It's all right. It's all right.
Why do you say Melania Trump is a hoe?
She knows her part. She's a straight up hoe. It's okay. It's all right. The age difference alone, like, it's not about him that's like he's what's this guy's name? George Clooney. He's not a George Clooney. He's fat. He's disgusting. He's shitting on himself. She's happy with it.
That ain't, but that doesn't. When Trump was younger, he was considered attractive. He's old. He's like 80 years old now.
His money was attractive.
That
His
does.
money was. The first time he fucked him was on Epstein's plane. He said it. He said it on that interview with Wolf, whatever.
He actually stated publicly when the first time he fucked his wife.
There's a video recording of Wolf. Type it up. Wolf interview with Epstein in jail.
That man talked too
For
much.
his book.
That man talked too much. Why would he say that?
And it's on recording. He's like, the first time he had sex with Melania was on my plane.
Okay, who said it? Trump or Epstein said that?
No, Epstein came out of Epstein's mouth.
Okay, so Trump didn't say nothing stupid like that. Okay, all right, I was wondering. Wow.
And did you ever see the 19 undocumented workers that I told you about?
No, what did you
That worked for Trump?
said? Yeah, you told me that last time we talked. I didn't get to look that up. Yes, I heard you say that Trump has undocumented work. I believe that. I think that most businessmen in this country would have no problem hiring illegal immigrants if they thought they could get away with it. And yeah, because Mitt Romney was also being accused of that shit. My guess is that probably has happened. Because Trump had all of these real estate contracts all over the damn place. Hell yeah, if he could save money by hiring illegals, I'm sure he was doing it.
Yeah, I was just clearing that up because remember the first time I told you I was in the freight elevators with the workers, and they were like, "Yeah, we undocumented or whatever." So I was just trying to put you on the path where you can actually see them in their suits, their paychecks, like everything like that.
Yeah, I haven't.
Not me just saying shit.
But the argument is going to be okay. He used to do that and he's changed his ways or something like that. I mean, people can change and now he's realized that they're bad for the American worker or something. I mean, that's what the argument is going to be. That yeah, he used to indulge in illegal immigrant labor, but he's wised up and he's doing what's right by America now.
Yeah. He's going to say whatever. I get it. He's going to say whatever.
Yeah. I was just trying to see if I could find that clip of him saying, Epstein saying that he banged her on the plane.
The guy who's always doing the books. Let me see. I'll type it up real quick. Let me see.
I mean, it's possible.
Just type up maybe Trump's first time having sex with Melania on Epstein's plane.
Okay.
Just type that up.
Well, I typed with
up.
Melania, but I didn't put on Epstein's plane. And I just want it's an audio clip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's coming from Epstein himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says Trump's first time with Melania was aboard Epstein's Lolita Express. It's like a 5-minute clip. I don't want to play. Oh, let me see.
Well, when you got time.
Yeah, I'll see if I can play it later. I don't want to play it right now with the whole thing. It says, in an interview with Michael Wolff in 2017, Epstein alleged Trump was a serial cheat. They just snitching on each other. He said Trump was a... All right, I'll leave it at that.
You actually hear him. Like, he's interviewing him. And you hear him say, like, yeah, I introduced him. You seen that paper where that showed like he had like 5 different numbers for Trump's wife, and then they had like 10 different numbers for Trump.
I haven't seen this, but let me just say this though: if Trump's first time having relations with Melania was on Epstein's plane, that probably blows out the water the notion that Melania was underage or being groomed. She was an adult then, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think she was. Listen, I just think she was a straight up hoe. Like,
I believe I would be more willing to agree that she was selling sex and willing to use her sexual attraction to make money than that she was groomed. I mean, like I said, she got a spread where she's completely naked where you can find. So it's clear that she was willing to sell her body to make money off of her body and her looks. And here comes Trump, a super wealthy guy comes along. Well, you know, I mean, it's kind of like the whole the shit that Shannon Sharp was going through. I mean, you get with a girl that's already selling her body to make money. I mean, of course she gonna take your money too. The only difference is Trump happened to marry her, which Shannon Sharp moved on, so he ended up having to pay the price. Whereas in Trump case, he married the bride, so he didn't have to worry about that. But if he had dumped her, he might have been dealing with it too.
it's a part of the game. She knows what it is. He knows what it is. But right now, she knows she can't. See, around this time is where she'll get the divorce and she gets them back. She can't get the divorce no more.
But she don't need a divorce him at this point. She's set for life no matter what. I mean.
Yeah, but they won't let her. She's the first lady. You'll never see a first lady ever divorce the president. I don't care what he did. She ain't got caught. She ain't leaving him. It's just an image thing. Like, yo, that's why I told you she stood in New York and she put in her book that she got her prenup redone before she went to DC.
I don't, you know something though, even when you say that Trump got caught and like Epstein said he's a serial cheater or whatever, my guess is Melania came on board already knowing all that and was willing to sign on anyway because he had a ton of money, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think, you know, this is where MAGA may disagree with me, but I don't see that as a marriage made in love. I think it was a marriage of convenience. Trump wanted a younger, attractive trophy wife. Melania wanted to come up. And they kind of worked out and made that happen.
Yeah, but see now she had got the ace in her sleeve when he did that. She's just playing the game. So okay, we got you here. Everybody knows that you were bagging this, you were bagging Stormy Daniels. All right, I need more money now. It's a part of the game. Like that's what happened.
It could be.
She knew what it was, but you're supposed to keep it under wraps. But now you're making me look stupid. All right, I need some more bread now.
I mean, I don't. There's no way I believe that Melania Trump would have used Trump's improprieties or cheating with Stormy Daniels. You don't do a shakedown on Trump. You making it sound like because Trump got caught cheating, Melania Trump all of a sudden used that to get more money from Trump. There's no way in hell Trump's going to let Melania do a shakedown on him. Even if he's 100% wrong, that you ain't going to shake down Trump.
I'll tell you one thing. Everybody who ever beat him was all his ex-wives. All his ex-wives, one wife took the plaza from him. Remember that? They all got him.
I don't think his ex-wives got much out of him.
Yeah, they did. She got the plaza. I think it was his first wife.
I haven't heard that.
The only people who ever beat Trump was his wives. They all got their money. They all got property off of him, and you never heard from them again until they fall down some stairs.
I gotta move it on. All right, Nate. I don't know about that, but damn. You think he may have taken of his wives?
Well, that's the other thing. If you listen to the audio, he was saying how he heard that that one of his, I think it was his ex-wife or whatever, was pregnant. He was all frantic. And he was like, yo, like, what should I do or whatever? Like, maybe if I push her down the stairs, she'll lose the kid. It's on the video. It's on the recording. He's explaining all this.
Wait a minute.
I'm telling you, listen to the audio from Epstein and this guy. Listen to the whole audio. It was all made years ago.
Epstein said that Trump was about to be a father and was contemplating ending the pregnancy by pushing her down steps.
Yeah, and then it's so crazy now that his ex died by falling down the stairs. And then what he does, he takes the body and puts it in his backyard.
I gotta go. Jesus.
But just watch that other video, the one that he's talking about Trump and his wife.
I'm dying.
Introducing them and everything else.
I'm dying to see it at this point. All right, Nate. Jesus, man. Thank you for coming through. Excellent conversation. Appreciate it. All right. Wow. I haven't heard that. Some of you guys are saying yes in the comments. You heard them say this? You heard them suggest that Trump was about to become a father and wasn't sure he wanted the kid and was contemplating the notion of pushing his wife, or his girlfriend rather, his baby mama at the time, down a flight of steps? Does that sound like the guy we know as president? Really? And I see in the comments on YouTube even, Kusa says, yes, I heard the same audio. Wow. Michael Wolff knows everything about Trump. Damn. Pull up Michael Wolff's audio tape, Tim. I might have to pull it up. I can't pull it up right now. In fact, I'm kind of looking at someone here. That's crazy. I'm going to assume most of the MAGA side of the aisle either don't know about this or don't.
In an interview with Michael Wolff in 2017, Epstein alleged Trump was a serial cheat in his marriages and loved to fuck the wives of his best friends. When asked by Wolff, how do you know all of this? Epstein replied, I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years. And this was all recorded on tape, by the way. Wolff also said that Epstein showed him photos of Trump with topless young women sitting in his lap. And Wolff said Melania was very involved in Epstein's social circle when she was first introduced to Trump in 1998. And guess where Epstein claimed they first had sex? Well, you guessed it, Epstein's own private jet, the Lolita Express.
I don't know who this dude is, but he's certainly saying the same thing my last caller said. Wow. I gotta find that Michael Wolff clip. Holy shit! All right, look. Anyway, let me continue on. Jesus, and Trump is the best that represents American values. Look. I see in the comments your question. Black judge very drunk again. What are you talking about? A black judge? I don't know what that is referring to there. But in regards to you saying, and Trump is the best that represents American values. I guess it's one of those cases where a person can do things you don't favor, but they can lead the country in a direction that you do. Okay, obviously Trump did things that would not suggest he is a devoted Christian. But if he's in office and he's rolling back Roe v. Wade and curtailing what a woman is and making sure people know what the right gender is and stuff like that. Okay, he ain't living the right life, but the belief is he is directing America in the right way. I'm trying to spin it. I'm trying to come up with a way to make this make sense. That's where I guess that would be where this would fall. Because look, I haven't heard any of this what we're discussing in regards to this Michael Wolff interview, but look, there's already a ton of quotes out there from Trump that are bad. I just mentioned looking at a 10-year-old talking about I'll be dating her and, talking about his daughter and him having sex in common. I mean, there's a lot of bad quotes from Trump. A lot of bad quotes. So, the Michael Wolff interview, that's just, I guess you would just add that to the collection. But he said a lot of crazy shit that you do have to ask. Like, why would you say that? He's directing America the wrong way. Well, they like the way he's directed America. I had a viewer say that Trump is the best president in his lifetime. I've had viewers say Trump is the best president in American history. So they still like him. And that's why I keep saying I don't think the Epstein list matters. I think the Trump supporters really like the job that Trump is doing. Therefore, look, and I had one person tell me, look, I'm not happy about the Epstein shit, but out of all of the great things that Trump is doing, I would hate to be mad about him for this little one thing, even though it's potentially, being a pedophile over and over and over again. But it's just one thing, though. I mean, everything else about him is great. I'd hate to fall out with him. That's what the guy said. This one thing. And I told him, you do realize that's pedophilia you're talking about, right? Yeah, but and he went into this spiel about how it's not that big of a deal compared to getting the nation back on track. That's why I keep asking the question, does this even matter to MAGA? My guess is I'm leaning more towards no. I don't think it would be enough MAGA pissed off about this to really affect Trump at all. I just don't. Name one thing that's great and I'll shut it down. Well, the border, John. You got to give Trump credit. He promised to secure the border. The border is probably the most secure it's been ever. I mean, you can't get into the country across the southern border. It's probably the most secure under Trump than it's ever been. So how about that one? Nobody has a choice in this. Never did. 2028 in the end of days, whether you want it or not. Blaze, that sounds frightening. I'm waiting to end the what? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, the border. Yeah, the border is super secure. If it's one area where Trump gets an A+, it should be securing the border. I don't think there's anybody that has secured the border. Gangsta Grandma, I don't think there's anybody that secured the border more than Trump. They are quick to defend Michael Jackson. What? Michael Jackson been dead for 10 years or more. Why is Michael Jackson coming up? Flame, good evening.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm trying to hang in there. What am I getting wrong on this whole thing? Does it? Okay, because I'm under the impression that the Epstein stuff is not going to make a difference to MAGA in regards to Trump.
Do you got a computer in front of you?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
You do know that those files being released was shot down by an Obama-appointed judge here recently, right?
The Epstein files?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why did Trump say there is no files?
Because they're not. Literally, there is no files if the judge is going to block it.
No, okay. Trump said it's a Democrat. Wait, Trump said it's a Democratic hoax. How did the judge block a hoax?
That's a good question.
So Trump is at the very least, lying about something, then, right?
Trump has said release the files over and over and over and
over.
But
how can you release a hoax?
Him saying that there is no list as him being a smart ass because these motherfuckers are running. They scared. He's got their tail tucked between the Democrats and a bunch of the Republicans. A bunch of the old school Republicans. They are all toast. They cooked. They know if that file comes out, there's a bunch of motherfuckers going to jail. For the rest of their life.
So why wouldn't Trump, if a bunch of folks that don't like him are going to jail if the files get released, why wouldn't he release the files? Why would he say it's a Democratic hoax?
The judge blocked it. That's what I was just telling you.
Okay, but why would he refer to it as a hoax?
Well, evidently it must be a hoax.
Then why would then how can a judge block a hoax?
What I'm trying to tell you is, you know how he says slick ass shit.
What's the difference?
Just to get a reaction.
What's the difference between saying slick ass shit and just lying to people?
He didn't lie. He's just saying slick ass shit just to get a reaction.
So
he's gonna make them bury themselves. I've been sitting back watching this whole thing unfold.
So let me ask you, when he said it's a Democratic hoax, is that true or is that a lie?
It ain't no hoax. The only hoax about it is they trying to cover everything up.
Right. So is that true or is it a lie? He said it's a hoax.
Well, we have to wait and see. But why does the judge keep blocking it?
But you're going back to the judge, but you're kind of skipping over what I'm saying. He said it's a Democratic hoax. Is that true or is that a lie?
How many times has Trump said to release those files?
You're still skipping over the question. When he said it's a Democratic hoax, is that true or is that a lie?
I don't recall him saying the list was a Democratic hoax. Now, I recall him talking about the damn election and shit being a hoax.
You just went back and forth about all this. He said stupid shit. Now you respond, boy, I don't remember him saying it. You've been addressing this since we started talking.
And then the whole LT thing, you do know when all that went down, he was under the impression that girl was 19 years old. She was being sex trafficked. That young man that was on here earlier that was throwing out shots saying Melania as a whole, knowing his mama, it's probably got an OnlyFans subscription for $5 a month. While he's sitting there calling
What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about?
When Nate was on here, he was talking about Melania as a hoe. She probably trying to get her bag, but look at all these nasty ass OnlyFans girls on here, on this platform and every other platform, and they ugly as hell.
They're not the first ladies, though. I mean, you're comparing some regular chick that's living in the middle of Midtown America
She got married in 2005, though. She got married to him long before he became president.
Wait, say that again?
They got married in 2005. She got married to him long before he became president.
Okay, but you were trying to dispel the whole she's a hoe. I mean, Melania Trump is selling. She did start out by selling her body. She did do whole stuff.
Yeah, but we could all change. I've done things in my life that I'm not proud of.
Okay, you made us like.
I don't want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen?
It's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him, and it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort.
So I don't want you to hear that because you said you didn't recall hearing them say it's a hoax.
Now I did hear.
So is he lying?
Now that's got me confused. Hey, real talk, man. That he's trying to be funny. I ain't saying that.
Okay, so does it appear this man is lying?
I don't know. Now I don't know who's lying at this point. But you know, I'll always remember my granddaddy used to tell me, every politician lies. I don't think there's a politician out there who ain't told a damn lie.
But remember the whole notion that the good thing about President Trump is he's not a typical politician?
Right.
What is he doing now? Now you're saying all politicians lie.
He's still not a typical politician because he'll tell somebody to fuck off right on live TV.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to figure out, because this is the guy who promised to drain the swamp. Now he's hiding a list that, I mean, wouldn't you want to expose the swamp creatures that's on the list?
Now, me and you kind of talked about this a few weeks ago, which it was on a different platform. And I'll give you my opinion on it, and I still stand on that opinion. Even after this, even though this threw me for a damn loop, like real shit. I appreciate you showing me the clip.
Anytime.
But this whole thing with this whole treason thing with Obama and everybody else, and they stupid, silly, scary, fake asses, until this whole treason thing gets into court, those files right there, those Epstein files, they all tie into the whole picture. Because I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people want to say, well, Trump is this and Trump is that. Well, Obama is gay and was ordering hot dogs to the White House in the middle of the night on our dollar.
Obama, wait, you said Obama is gay and he was ordering hot dogs?
Hell yeah, he's gay. Look at the white man that got him into politics, who he was giving fellatio to when he was smoking crack with him.
You were hesitant to admit that Melania is a hoe, even though you got nude pictures.
I can show proof of all that down in the comment section. There's videos that he's a white man, got Obama on crack, got him into politics, and Obama was giving him head.
And you have actual proof that Obama was giving another man head.
Yeah, he said it. All you gotta do is look it up on YouTube. He's right there. He's right there in front of politicians telling us. He even wrote a book.
So you
I can't believe y'all don't know this.
So you now believe what people say on YouTube, like the 2020 election and the insurrection. You believe all that too, huh?
The man that come out and said that, you know what happened to him about 2 months later?
Okay, and
he ended up murdered.
But
just like Joan Rivers ended up dead after she said Michelle Obama was a man. Michael Obama. That big ass forehead. That ain't no woman in broad ass shoulders. Big ass head.
I don't. To me, it sounds like you believe negative information about liberals, but you don't. You hesitate to believe it about Trump. There's plenty of people on the internet saying all kinds of stuff like Trump tried to have an insurrection. He tried to stage a coup. He's trying to be a dictator. There are all kinds of well-respected politicians all over the internet saying that stuff. You don't believe any of that.
The crazy thing is, some of it I do. But the crazy thing is, if you watched any news network today, there was 12 FBI people that were breaking into the Capitol, orchestrating all this. They've got proof of all that too.
You know,
so all that's about to fall down.
You notice that nobody who was actually there in power, from the Capitol Police to the Republic, because the whole Republican Senate and Congress was there that day. You notice ain't none of them saying the FBI had anything to do with that. Mike Pence didn't say the FBI perpetrated that. You notice that none. Why is it that the whole Republican Party is not blaming the FBI for January 6th? Any idea why that is?
There's a lot of Republicans were involved in it too. MAGA's not Republican.
Every Republican was not involved in it. You cannot find a single Republican in power in the Congress or Senate that were there that day that is blaming it on the FBI. Why is that?
That part I can't answer. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one.
Maybe because it ain't true. It's just like
I think it's true.
Based on what information?
Well, one of the main things that I've looked at is that whole video showing Pelosi in the back seat of that car telling on themselves when they knew something was going to happen. Trump even offered the National Guard that day, and she declined. They all knew what was going to happen, and she was talking about how they went down the wrong hall when they were trying to leave. That's all over the internet too. That's been out there for years.
Yeah, my whole thing on the National Guard is I say the same thing over and over again. If you're holding some type of speech where you think things may get out of hand, so you're asking Nancy Pelosi to provide the National Guard, if you think that you're what?
He asked her if she wanted them, just in case something happened, because he knew people was pissed.
But that's the point I'm trying to make to you, is that you give a speech for 90 minutes or however long he gave that speech. You know the National Guard is not there. Why would you send the people who you're admitting you know your people might get pissed? Why would you send them to the Capitol building knowing that their National Guard is not there? Why would you do that?
Just in case something happened. He gave her the opportunity.
No, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear what I just said. You stated that Trump wanted the National Guard to be there because he knows his people are pissed.
No. That's not what I said.
What are you saying?
He offered the National.
Why? Why would he offer the National Guard? Why would he offer the National Guard?
Because the whole country was mad.
Exactly my point. So you're offering the National Guard. Hold on. You're offering the National Guard because, as you say, you know the country is mad. You go and give your speech in front of a whole bunch of mad people, knowing the National Guard is not present. Why would you then send all of them mad people to the Capitol building?
He said peacefully protest.
You just said they were mad. So what is he? So if all you need to do to calm down, hold on. If all you need to do to calm down angry people is say go peacefully and protest, then you don't need the National Guard. Why would you?
No.
Why?
People make their own decisions.
That ain't what I just said. You stated the people were mad. And I'm asking you, why would you send a bunch of mad people to the Capitol building? Your response is, well, he said go peacefully. Well, if all he needs to do is tell people to go peacefully, they're all just going to be peaceful, then you wouldn't need the National Guard. Your words are powerful enough to calm people down. That's what you're telling me, is that his words should calm people down.
Well, let me put it into perspective. If I was pissed off about something, I don't give a fuck. if Trump was standing right here beside me, told me to calm down, and I wanted to whip somebody's ass, ain't no words gonna calm me down.
So then I'm asking you, why would you send those type of people to the Capitol building?
To protect those old frail people in the Senate and the Congress that was in there in case something went down.
So you send a bunch of random strangers you never met, have not vetted, have not searched for weapons to protect Congress.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense to you, right?
What, the National Guard?
No, what you just said he sent a bunch of people that he ain't vetted none of these people in the audience, as you're claiming the FBI was among them. Some people claim Black Lives Matter and Antifa was among them. You don't know who these people are, yet you sent them people to protect Congress?
Them people don't have to. He already knew they was going to the Capitol.
You don't even know who they are. Flame, you don't even know who the people are. You don't know who these people are. You just know they showed up to hear you talk. You don't know who the hell they even are. Why would you send them to the Capitol building?
I don't know. You gonna let a grown man tell you what to do?
No, I'm going to ask a grown man that I'm talking to, how is that not a fuck up? You sent a bunch of total strangers to the Capitol building.
That's not a fuck up.
How is it not?
I mean, if somebody told you to go jump off the damn bridge, would you?
No, listening to what you just stated. You just stated it was a bunch of angry people, and he actually offered the National Guard because he knew ahead of time people might get angry. So he gives his speech. He gives his speech in front of what is clearly a bunch of angry people, knowing the National Guard is not, knowing the National Guard is not present while he's speaking to these angry people. And then he decides, I'm gonna send these angry people to the Capitol building. And I don't know who they are. I don't know if they got guns on them. I don't know anything about them.
We already knew they was going to the Capitol. They was all over social media saying they was going to the Capitol that day.
Then why would he say? Then why would he tell them to go to the Capitol?
Peacefully protest, pretty much telling them to act right and not act out of character.
How can you be sure? Hold on, wait a minute. How can you be sure when you say go peacefully to protest that people you don't know, you haven't vetted, are going to do that? How can you be sure of that?
You can't.
Then why would he send a bunch of unknown people to the Capitol building?
You're not making no sense.
No, you're not making no sense. You're not making sense.
He already knew they were going there. So he said, go peacefully protest. What does peacefully mean? It don't mean do all that extra
How can you already know? How can you already, wait, hold on. How can you already know they're going to the Capitol building if you don't even know who they are? As he said, Black Lives Matter, Antifa. How can you know they're going to the Capitol building? The FBI, you're blaming all these people.
All over social media.
You're telling me this
speech saying going to the Capitol.
You telling me the FBI was on social media saying they were going to the Capitol building?
Not the FBI.
What about Antifa? What about Antifa? Were they on there saying they're going to the Capitol building?
I don't know nothing about Antifa going to the Capitol building.
Then how do you?
I think there was a bunch of white liberal actors there, yeah. But I'm not too sure about it. Well, most Antifa is white liberals. That's the worst liberal there is a white liberal.
And this stuff actually makes sense to you, man?
Yeah, it really does.
Okay. All right. I guess I can see your line of thought why liberals sound so stupid then. If sending these people to the Capitol building that you don't even know who they are, based on, well, on the internet they said they were going to go. I don't know who they are, but on the internet they said they were going to go to the Capitol building, so I'll just let them go. And that makes sense to you, a bunch of strangers.
What don't make sense to me is when he was having the conversation with Pelosi, because he's worried that they're...
Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do...
Hold on. And her dumb, drunk ass that was in charge of the Capitol at the time wouldn't take no help from the National Guard. That was her fuck up. So yeah, we can flip it that way.
So if Nancy Pelosi, now the January 6th hearings.
He was leaving office. He was about to get on a plane and leave. It's out of his hands.
No, he didn't leave office. No, that's not true. He was president until January 20th. This is January the 6th. He was president for 2 more weeks. That's not true what you're saying.
Okay, there's a whole bunch of shit I done heard on here tonight that's not true.
Well,
but all I'm saying is grown men have to be held accountable for their own actions.
Well,
if I go out here and I take somebody out and I put them in a ditch somewhere and they disappear, that's on me. That ain't on nobody else.
You do understand that if he wants the National Guard and Nancy Pelosi doesn't provide it, there is a hierarchy to Nancy Pelosi. You seen where he wanted to put the National Guard in California. He didn't need Nancy Pelosi or Mike Johnson to do that. He had no problem.
He wasn't going to be at the White House. He was just trying to show her some courtesy. She's the Speaker of the House at the time. But she was too damn drunk to make the right decision.
You honestly believe that Trump was trying to show Nancy Pelosi courtesy?
Well, obviously. He had a whole conversation. There's a transcript from the phone call.
You actually believe that Trump, who made jokes about her husband damn near being assassinated, was trying to show Nancy Pelosi courtesy? Did you actually just say that?
Professional courtesy, yeah.
But by laughing at her husband when he had his head beaten in.
He laughed at her. Damn. Well, her husband's a pretty kind of,
Yeah, exactly. All right, Flame, we don't agree on shit, but thank you for coming through. You're always welcome back, man. Thank you. All right. Trying to show Nancy Pelosi some courtesy. Wow. All right. What's next? Having dinner for Hillary Clinton? Typical maggot explaining. Says Will G. I can't. This Trump ain't shit. I can't disagree with you on that one. That was interesting. I'll just say that was interesting. So Sabrina said that was hilarious. Tap the screen, by the way. Get me on up to about. We can make about 60,000. We should have been around 70, but I haven't solicited you guys to tap the screen. What is the name there? I'm going to have to put on the spectacles to even read that long ass name there. I still can't read it. Bitch on some I can't pronounce your name there, but says Jeffrey Epstein will testify biggest Mossad blackmail campaign in history. Enjoy the movie and wait for the EBS, my fellow Americans. I've heard people try to suggest that the Jewish, the Israelis, the Mossad has some. I don't know. I don't know. I do know that America is bending over backwards for the Israelis, and that ain't something that just began with Trump. Biden was doing it too. I don't know why we keep defending Israel over and over again. Now, Ted Cruz, I played a video quite a while ago on this channel when we first.
A great gentleman.
Hold on a second.
Yesterday,
when we were
NBC and he made.
When we were dealing with the bombing of Iran that Trump did a few weeks ago, I played a clip at that time because Ted Cruz was on TV saying that we are required biblically, I'm having a bite moment, biblically, we are required biblically to defend Israel. Ted Cruz, a sitting senator, says that the Bible requires us to defend Israel. And he talks about, the Bible says you'll be blessed for defending Israel. You'll be cursed if you do not. So maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know, but I don't understand why America keeps just following Israel no matter where they go. It makes no sense to me at all. And I do personally believe, despite what happened on October 7th, despite Hamas just showing a picture of a starving hostage in the news over the last 24 hours or so, I believe at this point Israel's the bad guy. That's my opinion. Some of you folks may differ, but at this point, I believe Israel is the bad guy. Israel's not taking casualties or anything. They're just murdering people. And they keep bringing up October 7th as a reason why. And that's been like 3 years ago. I mean, it's at this point, it's overwhelming force. I mean, look, somebody hits you in the face, you got a right to defend yourself. But once you're on top of the guy and you don't throw like your 20th punch, at some point it's no longer self-defense. And that's what that to me is what Israel's doing. I believe at this point, Israel's the bad guy in that. Israel has dirt on U.S. officials, probably. You know, I don't like to go too deep down the conspiratorial road, but at this point, it's worth talking about because there's got to be some reason why we're just backing them. I mean, not only are we overlooking what they're doing, they're not only killing, just murdering a whole bunch of people in Gaza, they're also taking their property. Real talk. Shout out to you for the dinosaur. Thank you. Appreciate that. Much love. They're not only taking their property and murdering a lot of folks. Shit. I mean, they're bombing other countries that are nearby. And on top of all of that, in an era of us getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse and not helping USAID and shit like that, we're funding most of the Israeli war. Most of the stuff they're using to these countries, they're getting from us. I think about 70%, I think I was watching News Nation, they said about 70% of the stuff that Israel has is coming from us for free. So we're essentially paying for them to do that stuff. That's gross to me. That is gross. Anyway, continuing on, Trump 2028 says, I don't know what the name is there, but let me just say this real quick. For all of you folks who talk about the liberals hiding Biden's cognitive decline, and it does look like historically that's the way it's going to go down in history, is that the liberals were not being honest about Biden's cognitive health. But it's crazy that the same folks that are holding the liberals accountable for hiding Biden's cognitive decline are looking at Trump, who's almost 80 years old, and suggesting that he could be president again in 2028 on into 2032. They're looking at this guy at the age he is now, suggesting that he is viable as a president until 2032. My opinion, you're doing the same damn thing you're accusing the liberals of. Trump is not going to be viable at all the way to the point of being like 87 years old or whatever the hell it would be. May not even be alive at that point. So I just want to, somebody said because he is God. There is some of that, but yeah, if you can see Biden in cognitive decline, but you're walking around saying Trump 2028, you're no better in my opinion. You're really not. Israel was in on 9/11. Damn, because over 4,000 Jews not showing up for work at the World Trade Center on 9/11 can't be explained. Well, when you look at the capacity that both of those towers on September 11th, the capacity that they can hold. I remember I was at work. I was working for AT&T as an engineer, and I had a TV on my desk. And because my manager knew I had a TV, he's like, I know you got a TV in your desk, pull it out. I'm from New York, and he told me that he heard something bad had happened there. And I pulled the TV out and tuned it to local ABC affiliate. And we were discussing the capacity of both of those towers. So when you're talking about explaining how 4,000 Jews did not show up for work and suggesting that they had to have something to do with 9/11, I understand there's a whole lot of people that did not. I mean, only 3,000 people lost their lives. I mean, I think they were saying like 30,000. When you think about all the offices, those buildings were 100 and some odd stories tall. Only 3,000 people lost their lives there that day. So, no, it ain't a coincidence that the Jews escaped. Everybody escaped. There should have been way more of a death toll. I mean, this happened at like 8 or 9 in the morning on a work day, where the building should have been packed. I mean, it ain't the Jews are the only ones that escaped. The American death toll relatively is pretty fucking low when you think about how many people can be in those buildings. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. So I don't look at it and say some kind of Jewish conspiracy, because there should be a whole lot of white and black people that have lost their lives on that too. It should have been way higher than 3,000 people when you look at the time they hit those buildings and things like that. Same as Nancy not having National Guard there, knowing there was going to be a bunch of energy, a bunch of angry people. You killing doing it. Oh shit. Thank you. Let me make this happen. Real quick, yo. Blaming Nancy Pelosi for not providing the National Guard is dumb, in my opinion. Okay, Trump and Nancy Pelosi were like bitter enemies. You're going to expect your bitter enemy to provide security for your event? And if she doesn't provide it, well, we just throw the event anyway. And if no security is there, we'll blame it on her. Fuck that. That makes no sense at all. The idea that Nancy Pelosi might drop the ball for an event pertaining to Trump should be expected. I mean, that should be expected. Trump ain't had a good thing to say about Nancy Pelosi the whole time he's been in a political sphere, up to and including making fun of her husband who almost got beat to death. So we're going to say, well, Nancy Pelosi should have, no, the fuck is that? Come on now, that's stupid. And then like I told my last caller, okay, well, once you realize she didn't provide the National Guard, why would you send that amped up crowd to the Capitol building? Somewhere along the line, it becomes a fuck up for Trump. Even if you want to blame Nancy Pelosi for not providing the National Guard, okay, you knew the National Guard was not there. Okay, now that you know the security that you requested is not there, what did you do? Well, we didn't do anything. We threw the event anyway. Then you knew an unsecured crowd was going to the Capitol building. You can't blame that on her. You knew it. If she didn't do her job, then you get on the phone and you do what it takes to get security here, or you stop the event early because it's not properly secure, and then you can blame Nancy Pelosi. But if you carry on with this shit, knowing the security is not there, at some point it becomes your fault. MAGA has a different opinion on that. But like I said, if you know the security is not there and you carry on with the event, that's your responsibility at that point. She did not provide it. She was asked to provide it, but she refused. Well, like I said, even if you want to blame Pelosi for not providing security, he knew the security was not there. At some point, knowing that you're dealing with an unsecured crowd, he then becomes responsible for changing his course of action due to that. I don't care. Let's say you throw an event. Let's say you throw a party and you tell somebody to make sure there's a DJ there. You show up and the DJ is not there. You don't keep going. Because now the party goers are going to be pissed off. You either cancel and give them their money back or you make some kind of change. You don't just, well, I just blame it on them after it's over with. No, it don't work like that. And it doesn't work like Trump. You knew they weren't there. So that falls on him as well. If she don't do her job,
What the hell is wrong with your ass?
What am I doing now?
What the fuck you mean what you doing now? You laying a fucking white teeth motherfucker, racist ass, call Michelle Obama a fucking man. You don't have the damn balls to go against it, and then you have to do all that bullshit lying ass.
Okay.
You fluffy ass, girly pop.
Wait, he was saying so much shit, and I was pushing back on her. Look, he was flooding the zone.
Not pushing back. Oh. I swear to God, if I was up there, I would have rang that fucking white man's chicken neck. How dare you let that man disrespect a black woman and your ass black?
Look, I heard. Well, we talking about Melania being a hoe. He comes in with.
She is a hoe. I seen her fucking coochie. Fucking roast beef looking ass. What the fuck? Nothing nice about that raw ass meat, salmonella looking poison ass.
Melania's a
She sold her fucking corn and corn.
Melania.
And Russia laid it all out there. Nasty fucking ass.
Melania's a decent woman though, right?
No, she's not. What the fuck?
You don't.
She's a ho.
Hoes can be decent looking though, can't they?
Shit, with all that fucking damn plastic surgery, nothing. Her boobs, her ass, everything's fucking plastic. What the fuck? Don't you ever let nobody disrespect Michelle Obama when she's an intelligent black woman. That fucking racist ass $2 fucking twig that is interbred, don't even know who his mama is.
Whoa, where are you coming up with all? Well, first of all, like I said, I heard him call Michelle Obama a man, and look, I don't.
You said something.
Why?
They said Obama's gay. What the fuck? Bitch, bitch, he can get more pussy than you can. Fucking trailer park ass trick.
He did say Obama was gay and bringing hot dogs in the White House. Look, the guy was just saying some.
You know what his little hot dog is? Uncooked, salmonella, and every damn thing else. Give everybody some fucking cheese.
Well, listen, it's at some point, there's only so much pushing back you can do. When somebody's saying all kinds of...
At some point, push back. You can push back on me, you can push back on all the other people, but you won't push back on that trailer trash biatch.
I was pushing back, just not to your level.
Because if I was up here co-hosting, and I heard that come out his mouth, call Michelle Obama, man, that's totally disrespectful.
Yeah, but you want to disrespect the guests. I don't disrespect guests. I'm about to call you Andy.
What? You need to get you some balls, man. Get you some fucking I have more balls than you. I don't even have fucking balls. I wish a bitch would disrespect her, and I was the fucking co-host. Shit you not. I would wring your fucking chicken neck.
Oh my God. No, well, look, we try to run a respectable program here. Insulting guests.
That was a racist piece of shit.
Calling Michelle Obama a man that makes you racist?
That is racist.
How?
They call her a monkey and every damn thing. What the fuck is wrong with you, Tim?
He didn't call her a monkey, though. He didn't do that.
He called her a fucking man. The maggots say that. The maggots call her a man. The maggots call her a monkey and every damn thing else.
Yeah, but at the same time, the liberals are calling Melania Trump a hoe.
She is a hoe. It's on video. But the damn pedophile that is unalive called her that. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What do you mean it's on video?
Oh my fucking God. You know, I'm so done. I am so... Tim, you have a big ass 2 centimeter painting in your mouth and you're taking it like a fucking Jeep.
What?
Because are you fucking serious? I tell you, I cannot with you. Not tonight.
Maybe it's late. I don't know.
No, it's not fucking late because you're a sellout.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? You're a sellout. You over here letting him disrespect a black woman. Malaya, the $2 trick that saw her coochie and did everything. And even in her own country blasted her ass to hell and back.
I'm not aware that her own country is blasting her about what?
Her fucking corn. Her pictures were everywhere.
Yeah, she had a few pictures.
Why should Putin put her pictures everywhere? She was even on the plane with that damn pedo. What the fuck, man?
I mean, listen.
She's a hoe. And a $2 one. She's not even a classy fucking one. She's a fucking built ass, fucking butch, fucking $2 hoe.
You see Melania Trump as butch?
Honey, if all that is plastic surgery.
I mean, she's a decent looking woman.
Well, because you'll fuck anything, Tim.
God damn! Come on now.
You like that uncooked fucking damn seasoned fucking shit. You probably don't got shit.
No, I mean,
I would fuck that with 10.4 and my fucking dog jingling.
Let me just ask you for clarity here. You're telling me this woman on the screen is unattractive?
She's rotten. She's no good. She's fucking nasty. Her coochie looks like a fucking, oh my God. Ripped up, tore up on the fucking floor. I don't know how the fuck the one Jesus got her knocked the fuck up with this 2 centimeter dick.
I think she's a decent looking person. I think you're
You fuck anything.
Wait, hold on. It ain't got nothing to do with what
I don't fuck just anything, Tim. I do not just fuck anything.
Why does
I
that?
got class, I got standards, and I really don't want to catch VGGs. I don't want to catch salmonella, and I really don't want to catch listeria. Thank you.
Why does me saying that she's a decent looking woman means I'll fuck her? I just said she's a decent looking woman.
And she was standing right there, oh my God, she's a snow bunny.
You put words in my mouth. I didn't say any of that. I said she's a decent looking woman.
I said you would, though. Oh, come on now. You're fluffing so good. You make me sick when you allow a fucking white T-man disrespect a black woman, and then you get pee-pee-hearted when I come back and disrespect that bitch. You got me fucked up.
And I see in the comments, King Finn says she kind of looked like Caitlyn Jenner. Really?
She does. See, you fuck Caitlyn Jenner. Mm-hmm.
You think Melania looked like she could have formerly been born a man?
Dude, let me tell you. Oh, you see that plastic surgery she has? None of that's fucking real. All that plastic surgery. You're mad because I disrespect that bitch, but you're not mad at that white teen man disrespecting fucking a black woman?
No,
You ain't black.
I'm not. What are you?
Teen ass.
What are you, Joe Biden? I'm not black. Wait a minute. No, I'm not mad at you saying that. Whatever you said about, I'm not mad. I'm just questioning it. I'm questioning you saying she's not attractive and she's a hoe. I'm not mad at you for saying that.
She's an undercooked fucking fish.
I think you just hate the girl.
Yeah, you seen her coochie like I seen her coochie, honey. I don't even know. I couldn't say straight lesbian. I couldn't fuck that with a temper for my dog dingling.
I mean, I saw the pictures of her nude. I didn't think she looked that bad. She looked Barbie-like. I mean, she was really slim. I like him a little thicker.
Fake.
Huh?
Her titties are fake.
That was true. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Yeah.
And like I said, everything on her body is fake. But her nasty ass coochie, that she should have put fake shit on that too.
Yeah, but gangsta, most women that pose nude that are slim and tiny like she is, they usually have fake boobs. That was very common during the Playboy era. I mean,
I really don't give a fuck. I do not like that bitch. She's a hoe. We have a hoe for a fucking first lady. And then you allow a white trailer trash ass, no good for nothing, uneducated bobblehead come and say that she's a fucking man, and you need to fucking push back. Totally disrespectful.
Look, the guy doesn't like Obama. He doesn't like the Obama.
I don't give a fuck if he could go suck his dick. But you don't ever have to disrespect a black woman like that, and then you're a so-called black man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm not defending people based on their race, gangsta grandma.
You are a
what you're suggesting is racism.
No, you won't. Oh my fucking God! I swear to God, Tim. I swear to God.
You are.
I would have some hot grits on your ass. Oh God, I would. But how dare you though, Tim?
You're telling me.
You think that's cool just for letting him disrespect her like that? When she was a good one, and you got a trailer trash hoe that has fake titties, a fucking, what is it called? What is that meat called? Roast beef looking coochie?
Well,
hey, I like me some coochie. And I've never seen some fucking Fright Night like that.
Well, my response is simple. The guy was saying so much shit. I was pushing back on other things. He was flooding the zone. I couldn't get it.
Bullshit, blood. Cut the shit out.
Okay.
Cut the shit out. You said it like that. Well, she's a man. Michelle looks better than that up there. Michelle's classy. Michelle has some fucking common sense. Michelle is a fucking graduate.
You think Michelle Obama visually looks better than Melania Trump?
How fucking... I wish you would.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
I wish you would.
I'm just asking.
I swear to God, I'll lose my Christianity on you tonight.
I'm just asking. I don't know what their ages are. Michelle next to Melania. I'd have to. Oh, that's interesting. Really? Okay. All right.
Because you like the white trailer.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you do. I like the snow, but you like the undercooked, low, no good for nothing trash. That's what you like. You fuck her. But Michelle, don't you do not disrespect Michelle. I swear to God.
Why are you?
Michelle's classy.
Why are you talking about people I would fuck? I didn't say I would do any of these people.
You would fuck Melania. I swear to God you would.
Based on what? You're putting words into my mouth.
You're just you'll let her trash disrespect Michelle. And that was fucked up of you.
Well, as I told you, I was not dealing with his comment on Michelle. I was dealing with something else when he said that.
Did you see your comments? Push back. Tell us something.
I was pushing back. I was pushing back on a different. I was pushing back on a different issue. Is that okay?
Is that your defense? Seriously?
Yeah.
That is your fucking defense. That is your fucking defense.
What you're talking about is racism, though, against the
Let me
grandma.
tell you something. You see that?
What?
Not 1 ounce. Not 1 fucking ounce of fucking whatchamacallit, fakeness on her. She didn't have to go get her eyebrows done, her titties done, or nothing. See, black don't crack. Unfortunately, the white teeth shit does. She had to go spend thousands of dollars to look semi-decent for her pedophile husband.
I don't know what to say. I'm just gonna let it go. I don't have anything to push back on that. I'll just
Because you allow the racism. You allow that trash. That's why we tell you. You're not shit. You allow that shit to happen on your platform. That was totally racism when he said
You do understand that I run an uncensored show. I'm allowing you saying all kinds of awful shit about me.
No,
and I'm letting you talk.
I don't say no racist shit. I tell them they're interbred. And they are.
It's
all over YouTube.
You have literally
Everything I say, I got back the shit.
you have literally offered to reach through the screen and choke me. What did he say that's any worse than that?
Because you allow a trailer trash, no good for nothing, piece of a fucking uncooked sausage to talk about Michelle Obama. When Michelle Obama they always for her. They always called her a monkey. They always called her a fucking man. And she's a transgender woman.
What I don't understand, though, Gangsta Grandma, is you're talking about defending Michelle Obama while you're calling Melania every name in the book. I don't understand that.
I'm giving the same fucking energy back.
All right, then, so it's okay to do it then.
No, it's not.
But
you defended it.
I didn't defend anything.
You didn't say anything. You didn't say, shut the fuck up. Hey, yo, but you know what? That's not even right.
Because I don't talk to my guests like that.
So you gonna be a hoe, bitch?
It ain't got nothing to do with being a hoe. Where are you getting this stuff from?
Everything. Or Melania, or whatever her fucking trick ass said. She is a hoe. She is a hoe. She sold the shit. She was on the Epstein plane. They asked in the plane. That's how they fucking met. Y'all think she was not a hoe? Timmy?
But you do understand that Melania has evolved. That's a long time ago. That don't mean she's a hoe right now.
Really?
Does she need to be a hoe when she's worth like 10 figures?
She's selling her. Oh my God, she's taking his money. Do you really think that bitch likes him? Do you really?
I don't think.
Do you really think she's all doing it for the fucking money?
No, I don't think that they have a marriage based on love, but I don't think she's taking his money either. I think that they have an arrangement. I mean, she's a trophy wife.
That's a hoe. That's a hoe. She's selling her coochie. That's a hoe. I don't know how the fuck she got pregnant with a 2-centimeter dick. She got the JJ.
It could have been in vitro. I don't know. All right, gay. There's. Go ahead. You just hate Melania.
So that gives the white teen man to go after the black woman. That gives them the right. You allow that shit. So I promise you, I will get real grimy now. I'll get real grimy.
No, wait, hold on.
The white teeth maggots.
Let me
I was telling the truth, but I get so damn disrespectful.
Well, let me respond to that by simply saying I still adamantly state that I was pushing back on something else he was saying. He was throwing all kinds of shit out. I couldn't push back on all of this shit. He was throwing too much shit out there.
Look at that, yeah, all that shit he was saying was all fake. He's like a QAnon bullshit. Like that motherfucker needs to go drink some bleach. How about that? Go listen to Donald A. Trump. Go drink some fucking bleach, man. Go jump off a fucking bridge, bitch.
All right. I'll leave it at that, gangster.
Tim, you think I'm joking, don't you?
No, I don't think you're joking. No, I do not.
Now, you know what? Don't let that shit, I promise you don't let that shit happen. I promise you. If you think I'm crazy, you think I'm crazy now? I'll destroy all the maggots on your shit. And I'll go deeper and I'll go meaner. Because you think I'm mean now? I'll go through the dirt. I will bring everything up. And I will take them to the hell, pit to hell.
Okay, we're gonna figure out we gotta figure out a way to make you nice.
You're not gonna make me nice when you have racist, no good for nothing, uncooked sausage, talking about Michelle Obama and degrading the fucking black and brown people.
We're gonna work on it. Gangsta, I gotta move it on.
Work on it. You are gonna put. I gotta smoke like 8 blunts fucking with you. I'll shit you not. I have to smoke before I get on with you because you're gonna make me go through the damn phone. I'll shit you not.
We're gonna create a calm gangster grammar. We're gonna work on this. We're
You're
gonna
not gonna get me calm if you allow the racist piece of shit to talk about Michelle Obama or talk about black women. That wasn't cool, Tim. I don't give a fuck if you fuck on snow bunnies. But don't ever let them disrespect a fucking black woman.
Why does snow bunnies keep coming up?
Because you said, I love me some snow bunnies.
I didn't say that.
That's you fucking
I
did.
didn't say that.
How the fuck I get snow bunny? You said you like snow bunnies, Tim. Don't you fucking go there, buddy.
I gotta go. All right, I gotta go. I gotta go. She's bringing out the snow bunny car. Will G says you've been pushing back on Melania criticism all night, but when it comes to Michelle criticism, well, listen, what he said about Michelle, it took him in the span of 3 or 4 seconds. We were in the middle of a conversation about something else. He slipped in the Michelle thing, and then it went as quick as it came. Okay, so my whole audience thinks that I should have pushed back on him calling Michelle Michael. Next time it happens, I'll make it a solemn promise I'll push back on it. Just because so many of my audience thinks I should. We've talked about this. I've had many conversations where I pushed back on people and said, if Michelle Obama's a man, then explain who the parents are of Sasha and Malika, whatever his daughter's name. I mean, we've had these conversations. I have pushed back, but there's a lot of people that say it. So this time it got through. Apparently a lot of you folks don't like it. So it is what it is. Next time it happens, we'll bring it up. They didn't escape. They took off with no known Jewish holiday. 4,000 Jews on September 11th took off with no known holiday. I don't know. You got to give me more evidence than that. I get the coincidence of it, but you're telling me that the Jewish folks that were working in the World Trade Center all took off on September 11th. Therefore, there were no Jewish casualties. I guess what you're trying to say, and therefore that means they were somehow. What if they were not involved, but the people that were going to do it, they actually got tipped off it was going to happen? Is it? I don't look. That's going way down the conspiratorial road. So I'll just leave it at that. I think you should have treated her like the blue hair Barbie man. No, the blue hair guy or gal or person that identifies as that. They earned that. They earned what I did to them. That was a little bit different. And I don't like to get into the mud with people like that, but the blue hair person. I mean, to have gay MAGA attacking me as a liberal, knowing damn well that, I mean, this person had a blue fucking wig on and a mustache. Gay is shit. Sounded gay, everything. I consider myself an ally of the LGBTQ community. But I went off on this person because I'm like, you're MAGA. MAGA would not even let you in a damn rally looking like that. And yet you're working on the side of MAGA criticizing liberals while wearing blue hair and a fucking mustache. And that person earned it. And by the way, I didn't go off on him until they had probably launched about 20 insults on me. And finally, I just said fuck it and started pushing back. I don't normally like to do that. I see your comment about the same energy. There was people that was Jew that got killed. Okay, gangsta grandma. Yeah, I don't know about the notion that the Jewish people had anything to do with September 11th. I haven't heard that conspiracy by much, but somebody in the comments stated it. Michelle Obama isn't attractive, too masculine. You know something, the argument could be made that Melania Trump is masculine as well, though. I mean, if you really want to look at him from masculinity, I mean, Melania Trump has some really hard facial features. What is the guy, the soccer player that was, I think one of the Spice Girls, she was married to a soccer player. She had that. People thought she was really attractive, and I'm like, the facial features are really hard. Melania Trump has some really hard facial features, you know, definitely an Eastern European for certain. So when you say that Melania Trump, or better yet, Michelle Obama looks masculine, Melania Trump has some of that too. I mean, the strong brow. I mean, she has that really strong stare. She got a little villain look to her as well. Depends on who you ask. So Michelle has definition. I don't mind a muscle mommy. Have you seen some of them on the gram? Look, Michelle Obama's black. I think that might be the reason that she's getting in sort of like that. In my opinion, that's what it probably is. I thought Kamala Harris was quite attractive. I took a picture with Kamala Harris when I went to one of her campaign rallies, just like I went to Trump's, and I was able to get a photo with Kamala Harris. And man, she's a little something. She's really tiny and petite, but she was quite attractive, smelled good and every damn thing. Kamala Harris is a nice looking woman up close. Shout out to Willie Brown. So Michelle has oh, I saw that already. Looking in the comments, it's called bottom this Botox. Never heard of it. Hose for Harris. Oh my God. Anyway, maybe it's getting late. Maybe I need to wrap this shit up. You guys are getting way off track here. Top dog. Top dog, what am I doing wrong, man? Maybe you can tell me, Top dog. Am I fluffing? They call me sellouts and every damn thing. What's going on, Top dog? Good evening.
You know, you do a little bit of fluffing here and there, Tim. You know, you try to keep your magnet, so you try to lean to the right a little bit, but, you know, we're going to call you out on it.
I try to deliver a fair program. I can push back with the best of them, but I think they want me to just destroy my MAGA guests because they don't like MAGA.
I mean, yeah, we don't want to hear, because you let MAGA get up there and talk that bullshit, and it sounds bullshit to the people on the left.
Yeah, but she literally refers to Trump's dick as uncooked meat. I let her speak. I mean, like, goddamn. Well, how much worse can you get than that? I mean, I let the people, that's the motto here, we let the people speak.
Yeah, that's true. But sometimes, like, you know, when you get your certain characters up there, like your MAGA reaction, your Jeremys, they just go so far right, and it be so much bullshit. It's like, Tim, why wasting your damn time with them? But they're not getting it. Like a MAGA reaction, Jeremy, they're not gonna get it. They don't get it.
Well,
what you say?
By the way, Alter Ego, appreciate that, Sunday. Thank you very much. No, I do push back on MAGA reaction, Jeremy, and DJ Julio. I mean, I push back, not to the level you guys want me. You got, what is it? Gangsta Grandma want me to just cuss the people out.
Yeah, because the shit they say come out their mouth is bullshit. Yeah, exactly.
You do realize that MAGA thinks that most of the shit that come out of liberals' mouths is bullshit too.
Yeah, they know it's not, though. That's what they think, but they know it's not.
I don't know. I mean, certainly when we were talking about Biden could do another 4 years, they thought that was bullshit.
Okay, well, maybe a little bit.
You tell me if I put on you tell me if I put on a wig and a dress, I could be a woman? They think that's bullshit. See, so I mean,
I think it's bullshit too.
Right.
You know, I lean left. I think it's bullshit too.
All right then. So both sides got their fair share of bullshit.
Of course.
Okay.
For sure.
Now we getting somewhere. All right.
For sure, Tim. Yeah.
For sure.
And I see in the comments somebody saying, "What was that poking out of Michelle Obama's pants?" You know, here's the ultimate. Here's the ultimate pushback. I always say, when people say that Michelle Obama's a man or whatever, I say we know damn well that Melania Trump is not a man because you can actually Google pictures of her pussy. That's the ultimate pushback. We know she's not a man because you can actually go online and see what the pussy looks like. So,
I mean, but you know, when you look at, you don't give me no manly vibe. I'm just being honest here. You know, I'm just, even Melania, she don't give me a manly vibe. You know, she got strong features, but you don't give me a man like she's a man.
No, the only way I'm gonna look at either one of these and say they give me a manly vibe is to catch them at 4 a.m. with no makeup on. Who knows what they look like then? But you know, when Michelle is on stage giving speeches, she's attractive, and Melania Trump is not ugly either. I mean, they're decent looking women when they're out there. So, but she's telling me all of a sudden I don't like Michelle and I want to fuck snow bunnies, and I mean she was going crazy with it. I didn't know what to do with it. The hits was coming from everywhere.
Well, you know, Gangsta Grandma, she ain't gonna cut you no slack, Tim.
No, she. Every time I see her, she pulling out a 3-inch blade on me everywhere. Every time I see her, she dangerous.
You already know when you pull her up and you feel out to hear it. So
I actually have made her. I've had many shows where she was the first caller right after the monologue, and she came on attack and like. I ain't talked to no fucking body yet. The show just beginning, and she comes on attacking. So, some people you can't win.
Nah, you can't win with her, Tia. You know.
So
she leaned all the way left. So there's nothing you can say to her. You know.
Yeah. Well, but I mean that plays into the point that you can be too far to the left as well.
I mean, we can be. Right now, Trump way too far to the right, as we see.
I agree with that 100%. I think he's too far to the right.
Trump going all the way to the right, but my thing, Tim, is just like this. Okay, yeah, Trump's going all the way to the right, but once a Democrat get in office, he gonna push everything to the left again. So
I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can though. With 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, that's the benefit that Trump has is that not only is he going to the right, he don't have any resistance. If a Democrat gets in office, they're going to have resistance. They may get in there and get lucky enough to have control of the House and Senate, but they're not going to have any. You're probably not going to see any liberal with as far of a Supreme Court bias as Trump has. You'll never probably live to see a 6-3 liberal majority on the Supreme Court. Because most of them folks that Trump put in are going to be around probably until we damn near are old and gray anyway, or dead damn near. So, I mean, so the liberal can get in there and try to undo some of that stuff, but a liberal president is probably going to get pushback from liberal members of Congress. The AOC and Bernie Sanders are not big fans of the traditional Democrat. Trump is in there with a full control of the Supreme Court, and the Republican Congress is pretty much just letting him do whatever he wants.
And that's some bullshit, Tim.
So
bullshit.
He's the most powerful president. When people say, well, he's the best president. No, he's the most powerful president probably in history, definitely in our lifetime.
Well, let's see. What he going to get done, Tim? If he's the most powerful president, what is he going to get done?
He's going to get the answer to your question in regards to what he's going to get done, whatever he wants to do. It may not be beneficial to America in some cases, but Trump is so powerful right now that whatever he can do, he can do. Yeah, but whatever he wants to do.
Yeah. He might do it, but it's not going to be Americans. Right now, he's stacking the deck for the rich people right now, Tim. When he gave them with big, beautiful bill here, that benefit the rich. If you making $600,000 or more, that benefited you.
Yeah, I definitely believe the big beautiful bill was more beneficial to the folks at the top. But that is what I'm saying, though, with Trump being the most powerful president in history, he can do whatever he wants to do. I mean, you see what happened with the Qatar jet. Fuck him, I'm taking it anyway. I mean, there's a lot of things they've been pushing back on, but at the end of the day, it gets done. If Trump wants to do it, it's going to get done.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
he got it right now, Tim, but, he got it right now. We'll get to him, but, he's not making the best of it. He's fucking up a lot of shit with the tariffs. He's tearing up a lot of bullshit, so. You know, like
Well,
I said, this Epstein thing's not going away. So yeah, he's doing all those things, but it getting overshadowed the Epstein situation.
I don't think
You
the
know,
Epstein
so-
thing. I agree, the Epstein thing is not going away, but I don't think it really matters, Top Dog. I don't think that. I mean, obviously, Trump doesn't have to serve another term, but my guess is even if the Epstein stuff came out and it made Trump look negative, if there was a way to pass a law for Trump to serve a third term, even if bad shit came out about the Epstein list, I still think MAGA would be okay with Trump doing another term.
Well, like I always tell you, Tim, we're not trying to convince MAGA. MAGA's not going to change on Trump. We want that 10% of independents that's on the fence. We're not going to change MAGA. We're not going to change MAGA, Tim. But those people that really do give a damn about if our president is a pedophile, those people are not going to go vote for him again, I don't believe, Tim. The Hispanics, Latinos, I don't believe he's going to pull those numbers again like he did this last time.
Do you feel confident that your vote will matter as much as it did in the last election and the one coming up?
Well, it depends who we got running for the Democratic Party.
I mean, I'm talking about with stuff like gerrymandering and stuff like that. Do you feel confident they're not gonna fuck with the vote?
I mean, I'm gonna say no, Tim. You know, because it's hard to. I'm not saying they can't cheat the votes and try trick the votes or whatever, but it's very damn hard because you got so many people looking. You got so many people looking on both sides, so I'm not gonna bank on that right there for the next election. I just feel like Trump's fucking up so much shit and pushing so far to the right where he's gonna get people to get out and vote, and they're gonna vote to the left this time. You know, like I told you last time, it was 75 million people that was eligible to vote that did not vote. So, and we can get 10%, 15, 20% of that on the left over here, we'll be all right.
If you got those same people on the left that are willing to get energized and go out and vote, because the poll numbers are suggesting that despite the unfavorable things you may think Trump is doing, he's still polling better than the Democrats.
Right. Of course he's gonna poll better than Democrats right now, Tim. We don't have a leader right now. We don't have nobody we get behind right now. So, and that's fine. We're not gonna rush it. You know, we're not rushing. We're not looking for a Cory Booker. We're not looking for a Hakeem Jeffries. None of them motherfuckers is gonna make it. You know, if any one of those run for president, would not get my vote, Tim.
You don't like Hakeem? Why not Hakeem?
Like anybody that cannot go toe to toe with Trump, I don't want him up there. If you can't talk to Trump like Jasmine Crockett would or somebody like that, I don't want you. You had the Obama, you know, they go low, we go high attitude. Get out of here.
So you want a shit talker?
Yeah, for sure.
Trump
has made it like that. Where it ain't this friendly shit, that buddy friendly shit, that's out the window. All that shit out the window. So if you don't let Trump say what he want to say, and you're gonna be quiet and go the low route, you know what I mean? Nah.
I don't like the notion of having a shit talker, but I do agree with you because I believe that if you go high when Trump goes low, you just gonna be a punching bag. If you're nice to Trump, he'll just keep hitting you. I mean, being nice or being professional is not going to stop him from punching you. If it's beneficial to the Republican Party, he's going to keep hitting. So the only way you can, it's kind of one of them, if you can't beat them, join them type deal. So but Jasmine Crockett, black woman, it can't be her.
I didn't say her, Tim.
Okay,
I did not say she can run for president and win. No, I don't agree with that at all. What I'm saying is somebody that's gonna talk that shit back to Trump the way he talked that shit. But somebody's not scared to go toe to toe with him. You know what I mean?
Well, I've already said
that. Or somebody's not worried about having decorum, or this is what it should be. We don't talk like that because I'm a Democrat. Just because he talked this way, I don't want to talk that way. No. I don't want nobody like that. And a lot of my Democratic friends and family feel the same way, Tim.
Well, I've already said that whoever goes up against Trump needs to be a straight white Christian male. I mean, uncheck some of the boxes that are being used against the left. I mean, they're godless. They don't like Christians. So, they're promoting all this LGBTQ shit and shoving it down our throat. Straight white Christian male, whoever the Democrats pick, it needs to be one of them kind of people. And they do not need to answer any questions at all in relation to the LGBTQ community. anytime they're asked something about like that, listen, right now we're more focused on ending these wars and fixing this economy left behind. We're not interested in talking about this gotcha. That's how they need to answer those questions. When they start talking about define what a woman is, and your mom is a woman, and then moving on. I mean, just simple as that, because those things are gotcha and they're toxic for the Democrat Party. But certainly a woman, a person of color right now, you're really playing the odds.
No, I agree with you, Tim. You know, I'm thinking the guy out of the Pennsylvania governor out there, Shapiro.
Jewish,
he'd be a perfect candidate.
but the problem is he's Jewish, and you know how the Democrats feel about the Jewish community right now with Israel.
You know, hey, we'll work through it, Tim. We'll work through it.
And he is pro-Israel. I mean, the problem is, this is what makes it hard for the Democrats, is that they have to appease so many people. You don't want to piss off the gay folks. You don't want to piss off the Mexicans. You don't want to piss off the feminists. You don't want to the Republican Party's like, I got my straight white Christian males. Fuck the rest of y'all. Either you okay with this or you're not. So it's a lot easier for the Republican Party like that.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true, but like I said, we can't really focus on going forward. The Democratic Party, the LGBT community, we helped y'all a whole lot. So right now, that right there is a real big sticker, because that's what they hold up. That's what they're holding on right here, right now.
Yeah.
You know, especially what is a woman, like you said, what is a woman, what is a man, all that right there. So, like I said, the Democratic Party right now, we don't have a leader, and we're not rushing to have a leader right now, Tim. You know, we're not looking, like I said, we're not looking for a Cory Booker. We're not looking for Hakeem Jeffries. None of them right there is it. You know, I have more. I would get behind the guy in New York that's running for mayor up there. I have more.
The guy that everybody's talking about, the guy that's
Yes, sir. Because a lot of things that he's talking about, I agree with. As in, I feel like the money situation, it need to spread around a little bit. He's talking about giving out, certain little things for up there in New York. So I'm kind of leaning more his way at this point, Tim.
America is too right of center for somebody. I mean, he might be the win in New York as mayor, but on a national level, there's no chance for that dude, somebody like that, to win.
Well, Tim, you never know, because like you said, we never thought Obama would get in office. So
Obama, that guy is definitely left of Obama.
Well, he can change a couple of things, Tim. He is far left. I agree with you. He's definitely far left. But, he can tone back a little thing, a couple of things.
Is he Muslim?
I'm not saying particularly him, Tim, but somebody that kind of go his way a little bit.
Is he a Muslim?
Yeah, Tim. Yes, yeah.
I'm just telling you on a national level.
No, I'm already knowing. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a big problem.
On a national level, that ain't gonna happen. I mean, even at the New York level, it's causing problems. But on a national level, you ain't gonna win as no Muslim.
Well, who do you think, Tim? Who do you think, white, like you say, white male from the Democratic Party, who could do it? Who do you?
I actually think the guy that they've been making fun of could probably strengthen his image and have a better chance at it. Tim Walz. The tampon Tim they're calling. He speaks, he knows how to attack. He's the one that was calling them weird and all kinds of shit. He does know how to attack somewhat. Let him straighten out. I mean, there was a little shit. They used a few things against him, the tampons and some of his military service, which is very mild. But I think if he had a couple years to fire off jabs and straighten his image, somebody like that.
That's cool. I can see that, Tim.
Yeah, somebody like that.
I can see that.
So, and I see the comments, Stevie D saying he's a fraud. I mean, I would have to ask you right off the bat, what's your barometer for a fraud? Because, look, Trump don't say it and did a whole lot of stuff that ain't accurate. So what's your definition of a fraud? I mean, we skipping over a whole lot of stuff that Trump has did to point out Tim Walz being a fraud. I mean, they're saying Trump's whole military service completely was avoided by him making up a fraudulent claim of bone spurs or something like that. So I'd have to really get your definition, Stevie D, of what a fraud is, because Tim Walz, and we're ignoring Trump saying the Epstein list doesn't exist.
I want to ask you about this, Tim, about those job reports from June and July. Do you really believe, Tim, that that lady, she fudged those
No.
numbers and nobody from the administration knew the real numbers?
They firing every fucking body, top dog. They firing every damn body. Of course the job numbers are terrible. You ain't heard Trump talking about hiring anybody. I mean, they firing every damn body. Folks are leaving and fleeing because of the immigration. I could see tons of jobs are being lost. I mean, look at the actions they're taking. Their actions
No. I'm not saying that the numbers are right, are wrong.
They're not a hoax. They're not a.
What I'm saying, no, I'm not saying they're a hoax. What I'm saying, the administration making it seem like they just found out, yesterday that they don't.
Oh, you saying that they probably already knew the numbers before they were revised.
They already knew that shit.
Yeah.
Come on, Tim. Come on now.
That's possible. That is very possible.
And those months are coming off a month after the tariffs kick in. About a month after with April the 1st, so about May, 2 months later, the jobs are going to go down because the companies are not hiring.
Yeah, that's very possible.
The administration, numbers from that lady, the head of that department, she's not going to fudge that much numbers, Tim. It's a lot of damn numbers to fudge.
Well, Trump does not like to receive bad news. So anybody who says anything bad about Trump or provides bad news about his administration, he's going to try to get rid of you. I mean, that's what he's doing with Powell. And I mean, that's just how Trump acts. I mean, he fired the woman the next day and said the numbers are rigged. No evidence of proof, And this is why I said before that I think that after Trump is gone, they may have to pass a law preventing people from suing the federal government because they could bankrupt us. Because he's wrong. He's wronged so many people. Like this lady now, she was fired under the guise that what she provided was rigged. He can't prove that. There's no proof. I don't know if she can sue for that, but if she did, she would win. He ain't gonna be able to prove she rigged any damn thing. I mean, she could go after him on defamation or slant. I mean, he just accused her of rigging numbers. He got no proof of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I just feel like the administration been knowing about it. I don't believe they just revised them the end of July, August 1st, and they gave it to them. Like, oh yeah, we got to revise it 2 months. No, you've been knowing that from June and July. Those numbers was like that. You didn't want to give it to the world because you didn't want to hear the bullshit. Because
that's very possible. I mean, the thing about it is when you don't fire most of the staff that's responsible for reporting the condition of the economy, it's going to be at some point it's going to get to the point where you can't trust the validity of what they're telling you. You fired a bunch, just like the weather. You get to the point now where you can't even rely on the weather forecast being accurate in some areas because you don't fire so many people. So some of them you're firing people from every branch of the federal government. I mean, there's no way. Despite what Elon and what they were saying back during that time a few months ago, there's no way you can fire that many people from that many branches of government without it having some consequence that's negative. It sounds like even that crash between the Black Hawk and the small commercial airliner in D.C. might have had something to do. Yeah, that might have had something to do with folks getting terminated, so many people. So we'll see, but I do agree with you. If they know the news ahead of time, they ain't gonna be eager to bring it to you.
Not those type of numbers. 14,000. When I seen that number, I said, "What the?" I'm not gonna say I've never seen that, but I don't recall seeing that.
No.
A job report as 14.
It ain't gonna get any better, top dog. Not unless something changed with the tariffs, with the continuation of folks getting deported at this level and people not showing up. It ain't gonna get better. So you're gonna have more businesses going under. I mean, because whether it's the tariffs, whether it's the trade wars, or whether it is getting rid of immigrants, all of this stuff is leading to businesses closing down. So the numbers are probably gonna stay that way unless something major happens.
I mean, yeah, Tim. I think so too. Well, let me ask you this, Tim, real quick. What do you think was gonna go on with U.S. and Russia right now?
Wow.
It's going to get escalated a little bit, you know what I mean, with the ex-president of Russia saying what he said to make Trump move 2 nuclear subs over there. I mean,
well, shit. When you start talking about moving nuclear subs their way, it's already been escalated. The war of words has already began. I don't think Russia is going to back down from Trump unless Trump starts actively. Yeah, unless Trump starts actively doing something. And I don't even know how far they would. He would have to go pretty far in that direction even before they back down. They're saying they've already lost like 1 million people to the Ukrainian war, and they're not showing any sign of backing down. That's the difference between a democracy or a republic and a dictator. A dictator don't care about his people. They'll let them keep dying. I mean, just like we've imposed sanctions on North Korea, they're not backing down. Let them eat grass. They don't care about their people like that. So Trump is trying to use rules that will apply to people that live in a first world or a free world country. That ain't going to apply to Russia. They're not going to back down to that dude. They've shown that over and over again.
Well, they're not going to back down, and then Trump always keep talking about he's going to put sanction on Russia. But what I've read and what I understand about Russia, Tim, they've been sanctioned so much,
right.
They know how to move around the sanctions.
Yeah, they already fixed on a wartime economy already right now. There's no kind of sanction the United States is going to impose on Russia that's going to make them bow down. That's not going to happen.
Nah.
So. All he's going to end up doing is bullying some of these nations into creating alliances that could hurt us years after he's gone. I mean, he's going to end up making the same thing with NATO. When you're treating NATO like shit, you got Taiwan now saying we don't feel confident that if China attacks us, Trump is going to defend us like Biden promised to. So you're going to start making these nations create side, not to quote Nino Brown, but side deals. You're going to start making people create side deals that are not in our best interest.
Well, that's what Trump said. What's he doing? He's trying to be a dictator. He want to be isolated. He want to be the number one man. And, everybody kisses ass. I'm going to throw tariffs on everybody and make y'all pay. Just like he's fighting with Canada right now, which I feel like, Trump, you're picking a fight with Canada. Canada's not picking a fight with us.
Yeah, he picked a fight with Canada, Greenland, Panama. I mean, that's our guy. 3.5 more years. I got to move it on top, dog. 3.5 more years ago.
Appreciate it.
Anytime, man. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program real quick. They will heavily watch the economy tank to hell so long as there is no personal TQ boogeyman. What do you mean by TQ boogeyman? But I do agree with the first part of that people are willing to watch misery as long as it doesn't affect them specifically. People were okay with all of this shit as long as it don't happen to me. Even the immigrants, even the descendants of immigrants was like that. The Cubans and the Venezuelans, they were totally okay with what he was promising to do as long as it happened to the Haitians or the Mexicans or the Guatemalans or the Nicaraguans. Now all of a sudden he starts doing it to the Venezuelans and the Cubanos. They, oh my God, this is terrible. Well, this is what he was talking about doing. You just thought you weren't going to be a part of it, huh? Okay. Look up Andy Bashar. He's perfect for 2028. Ain't he the one that's the Pennsylvania guy? No, wait a minute. What is it? No, that's Shapiro. Andy Bashar. The name. Who is Andy Bashar? I know the person. Maybe it is getting late. Andy Bashar. You saying he's perfect for 2028? Seems like Trump's laying the foundation for good economic growth in the coming months and years. Transformers? What do you mean by it? Oh, really? Okay, all right. I see what you're saying there, Will. All right. So you said Transformers plus the Boogeyman. Oh, you said transgender Transformers. All right. I get it now. It took me a minute to get it. When the other person's, okay, Foxtrot 35, you're saying that it seems like Trump is laying the foundation for good economic growth in the coming months. I'd like to know, what are you basing that on? Because most of the economic analysts are not saying that. The people who eat, sleep, and breathe that shit is not saying that. I mean, when you start imposing tariffs on Madagascar and these other countries that we barely do any business at, I don't know how that's laying the groundwork for economic growth in the coming months. Hopefully it is, but I'm not seeing it. I don't see where this country, and certainly not to the point where what Trump was saying. Trump made it sound like if you put him in office, shit's going to be good right away. He absolutely oversold what is taking place. And now that it's not happening, well, he's playing chess. It's going to take some time. That ain't what he promised. He promised to do this shit right away.
Did you know that the Kamala Harris price hikes have cost the average family $28,000? That credit card debt is at an all-time high, and that basically the prices of things have never been like this ever before. There's never been anything like it. If you want to bring the prices down, if you want to have a good life, vote for Trump. Did you know that?
Now, I will say this right off the bat. Trump is quick to brag when things go well on his watch. He'll let you know quickly when things go well. Even sometimes when he hypes up stuff that is not going well to make it sound like it's going. Notice he ain't bragging about the price of goods and services coming down. He ain't even saying that. You don't hear him say nothing about, now that you put me in there, you can afford cereal or your grocery bills come down 20%. You're not hearing him brag about that at all. So I don't know about the economic future you're talking about. You can't eat gold, yet it's holding value. You bringing up Madagascar. Really, Tim, what about all the other deals that has been made, which will help us a lot? I don't see the evidence of that. Who said that? Corey, I think it said. I don't see the evidence that all of those deals will help us out a lot. Because if you look at what Trump has been doing, he's been suspending tariffs right and left. I don't see what he's threatening to do to Brazil, how that's going to help us out a lot. As one of my guests, I think it was Gangsta Grandma pointed out, or one of them pointed out how much Brazilian meat we purchase, and Trump imposing this. In fact, it's going to be very difficult for me to suggest that what he's doing is helping us out when some of his tariffs are just retribution. In Brazil, they believe their former leader tried to stage a coup. So they're holding him, he's under arrest or whatever, and they're trying to bring him to justice or whatever. Trump was a big fan of the guy during his first term. So because they're trying to arrest their former leader that Trump likes, Trump is imposing higher tariffs on them just simply as revenge for them going after this guy. That ain't how you fix an economy like that. You don't, look, if we got trade imbalances where we got European cars on our streets, but we can't sell our European cars over there, that's unfair. That's where you impose tariffs and do shit. You don't use tariffs as a fucking weapon because you don't like what the government is doing to some dude. That's the problem. That's where I don't see it the way you're seeing it. It's because he's not just using tariffs to correct trade imbalances and things like that. He's using them as a weapon. Like when he imposed tariffs on Mexico. Well, if you retaliate, I'm gonna do another 50%. You're just playing games with it. So I don't know if I see that as the way you see it. I'm just going to leave it at that. The people are not the problem, not the leaders, very stupid people. Homelessness is high due to Republican greed and the fact that they raised costs after COVID. Goods were going up pre-COVID, but after COVID, housing rent went up. I think there's a whole lot of reasons for it, certainly in California where they got zoning issues. I mean, in a really heavily populated area like California, they probably need to have more higher structures. You go to most heavily populated U.S. cities like Chicago or New York, people living all on top of each other because there is not enough room for everybody to live in a 1 or 2 story dwelling. In the LA area, for instance, in Southern California, there's not a lot of high rises and shit like that. They need to have more of that. That way, housing would be cheaper if there was more of it. They have a lot of zoning issues where you can only build a structure so high. They need to build a lot more taller structures to make more. There's just not enough housing for all the people out there, which is also why it costs a lot more because there's not enough supply. If they built more high rises, they could probably bring down some of the cost of housing in places like California. He's been gradually unpausing them and implementing new ones, and the market is starting to be affected. The problem with claiming that Trump is doing things that are going to benefit us long-term economically is I don't know how you could say yay or nay to that, because what Trump does today, there's no guarantee he's going to continue doing that tomorrow. So there's no way to look at the economy and say Trump's doing a great job. It's too unpredictable. He's too volatile. He changes his mind on a whim. So there's no way to know that. You can look at the tariffs across the board right now and say, yeah, these look like good tariffs. Next thing you know, you find out somebody don't give him a jet, or somebody don't name something after Melania Trump, and suddenly this country's tariffs just dropped. Like, what the fuck? So there's no way to know how good anything he's going to do, because he's basing his actions on anything. It could just be some leader that spoke favorably of him, and all of a sudden you got a 10% discount on your tariffs. He's just using whatever. That ain't how you should be doing tariffs. You shouldn't be using them as weapons and as rewards like that, but that is what he's doing. Talking about deals, Trump is basically offering over 100% of out of export to 2 countries, and then will offer other countries with imaginary exports. Imaginary, really? He's talking about deals, says Trump is basically offering over 100% of our export to 2 countries. What are those 2 countries? And then we'll offer other countries. But that's what I'm saying. That's the problem, is that he's just doing just shit on a whim. It could be based on anything. Just based on somebody make a threat on him. Okay. Remember you used to say the wall is now 10 foot higher? Somebody say something about the wall back in his first term. Well, the wall just got 10 foot higher. I mean, he does a lot of stuff based on punitive measures that has nothing to do with anything other than, you pissed me off, so I'm going to do this now. When you're moving tariffs around, you fucking with people's businesses and jobs and livelihood. So it's real hard to suggest that what he's doing is going to be great for the economy, because it's just too unpredictable to make that statement. That's at least my take. If what he does benefits the economy, that's awesome. That's a good thing. But it's hard to imagine people are going to be quick to bring all kinds of jobs and manufacturing plants back to the United States when the guy that is trying to get you to do it is so unpredictable. It's hard to imagine that. I mean, look what he's doing to just the Washington Commanders. I mean, they want to get a new stadium, and here he is. If you don't name your team back to the Redskins, I'm gonna interfere with the deal. You want to move a whole manufacturing behemoth back to the United States based on somebody that does stuff like that? I'd rather pay the extra tariff and leave my business over there for the next 3 years and see if I can convince the next president to remove the unfair tariffs, as opposed to spending billions to move a plant over here, and before the plant is even completed, he don't change something or made a big difference. Some other leader don't stepped up and bribed them it's too unpredictable. That's my point. Where in the Bible did it say, take from the poor, give to the rich? Nowhere. Oh, it don't. It says, give to the poor or God will leave you. Well, we're not a Christian country, in my opinion. I don't believe we're very Christian. I think we are CNOs, Christian in name only. I just don't see it. I don't think I've ever seen it. I mean, the further back in history you go, the more Christian this country was. And the further back in history you go, the worse we treated humanity. I don't see the Christianity. And we can talk about the past, but they were reading from the same Bible that we read from today. There's no way they didn't know that was not wrong. I don't see the Christianity in it. I see capitalists capitalizing and just saying they're Christian. But at the end of the day, if you can hand a Christian money, I'm not saying all of them, because I know a whole lot of you folks are Christian as well, but I'm saying in this country, claiming to be a Christian-based country, most of the people can be bought to the point where they're willing to overlook some really inhumane shit. I don't see the Christianity in that. I just don't. Japan and UK, to which his dumb self thought was the EU. So Trump thought the UK, didn't they used to be part of the European Union? They got out with Brexit, but Japan ain't even in the same theater, yeah. Since Trump thought Japan and the UK was part of the European Union. Real quick, what is this? Somebody keeps talking about a black judge smoking weed and crack. What is the relevance of that? You've posted that a bunch of times. What is the relevance even bringing that up? I made a post on Liberation Day when I predicted that he would pause the tariffs after they destroyed the market, and that's exactly what happened. My guess is there's going to be some more tariff pauses in the near future. If all of these companies are talking about the price of shit is about to go up and stuff like that, he's going to have to. My guess is that's going to happen again. He's going to pause something here. Now you're accusing him of taking bribes like the Bidens. Ed G, I do think I am accusing Trump of taking a bribe in one area. To me, Elon Musk is an example of that. To me, Elon Musk showed that Trump can be bought. There is way too much footage of Trump speaking ill of electric vehicles before Elon Musk started giving him money. And then Elon Musk started giving him money, and suddenly he was speaking very positively of e-vehicles, and even on the White House lawn telling you to buy one. And then once him and Elon fell out, he stopped speaking positively of e-vehicles again. Elon bought Trump. If Elon had not given Trump $350 million or whatever the hell it is, Trump would never have been speaking. That little tiny period of time where Trump was speaking favorably of electric vehicles, that would never have happened if Elon didn't give him that money. So yeah, I think that Elon proved that Trump can be bought. And I think the same thing with the white South Afrikaners. He only brought 59 white South Afrikaners in this country. If what they were saying that was going on in South Africa was so bad that you had to grant these folks citizenship, you think it was only happening to 59 people? Why did that 59 get to come in here? Oddly enough, Elon Musk happens to be from South Africa. Minute Elon Musk and Trump have a falling out, you don't hear anything else about white South Afrikaners anymore. Elon Musk was getting repaid for that money from Trump. I think he really proved Trump can. I really believe that. I mean, the electric cars, the white South Afrikaners, there's probably more if I really think about it. But Trump really was trashing e-vehicles before that money came in. Just trashing the shit out of e-vehicles. Elon Musk comes in and now he's promoting them. Elon Musk and him fall out, and now he's not promoting them anymore. Oh, that's coincidence? Not likely. Not likely. Just like a president in to not give a damn about Americans. But Trump was not supposed to be a typical politician. He was supposed to be something better, something different. Exactly, the whole damn thing was very straight. Yeah, I mean, when Trump got his own money, he's not taking a salary. He's gonna, reveal the deep state. He's gonna be transparent. This is the guy you want because he don't need he don't need money. He got plenty of his own money. And then he became president, and that's all he was doing was finding ways to make money. Got his own crypto. He's selling shoes. He's selling NFT cars. These weird ass baseball cards. Just whatever he can throw out there to make money. This is the dude that everybody said we can trust him because he got his own money and he don't need anymore. And he went in the White House and literally just turned it into a merchandising conglomerate, just making a killing off of it. So the whole notion that he don't need any money that's not, obviously wasn't true. You know how big Africa is. You can put every country and island inside Africa and 50 white. That's my point exactly, is that only 59 of these guys, them people were handpicked by Elon. UK had Brexit that's what I'm talking about. UK, and it looks like Brexit is not necessarily a success. There's a lot of people in the UK that want to go back to the European Union. If Trump could be bought by Elon, why didn't Trump give Elon what he wanted? Come on. Because he got what he wanted out of Elon. He needed to win the election. Once he won the election, he got money coming from everywhere. He don't need Elon's money anymore. There's money coming all over the place with him now. He can easily replace Elon because every businessman out there, I mean, he's suing companies and money's coming from every fucking where. But he needed the 350 mil from Elon to campaign on and shit. Once he got in there, he don't need anything else from Elon. He don't need any more money. He got, like I said, there's business people all over. I mean, everything from his crypto. Money is coming into Trump from all kinds of angles now. You don't need anything from Elon anymore. That's why. He got what he needed, and that was it. And Elon wanted the e-vehicle mandate and shit like that. Trump didn't need to really follow through on that. And I don't know why Elon didn't see that coming with so many rumors that Trump hasn't paid contractors and shit like that. And by the way, from what I'm hearing in the news, it sounds like Elon is known for doing the same shit. They don't pay contractors. It sounds like Tesla. People are doing work for Elon. There's millions of dollars out there that claiming they don't did jobs. He sounds like he's doing the same shit. Having people work for him and then stiff him when it's time to pay. Well, Trump stiffed him. Digital cards for $99. I don't know why they bought that stuff. And you're right, it's worth nothing now. I thought about purchasing some of Trump's stuff. You know, maybe there'll be an artifact or whatever, you know, purchase an NFT card or purchase the shoes. Maybe there'll be an investment and be worth. The problem is he sold too much shit. That's the problem. Is he don't sold so many different items. You buy some, I don't know, not to mention, I don't know what his reputation is going to be like historically, but that's going to have a problem too. Because I got folks out there saying that the MAGA hat is going to go down in history equivalent to the Confederate flag. We'll see. We will see, but it depends on how history views Trump. And I'll leave it at that. Anyhow, I do appreciate the 60. I didn't ask for you guys to tap the screen. 62,000. Thank you for the likes. The EV deal is nothing. Musk got SpaceX to replace Verizon. Well, no, the e-vehicle deal is something as well. You don't want to lose any damn thing. You don't get somebody 350 million. You don't want to lose shit. That deal is worth him removing the e-vehicle mandate. You realize how many liberal cities had actually passed laws requiring people purchase e-vehicles that the big beautiful bill destroyed? I think the city of New York had passed a law that by 2030 all ride-sharing vehicles had to be e-vehicles. He just destroyed that. That's millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. So yeah, the idea that the e-vehicle deal is nothing, no. I get what you're saying about SpaceX and shit like, but that e-vehicle deal was huge. I mean, that e-vehicle deal was absolutely a big deal. I mean, you're talking about the Verizon deal, but that e-vehicle deal was big. I mean, you had liberal places like California was well on their way to passing e-vehicle mandates. That's a ton of money. And that's something that's going to last basically until they come up with another technology to replace electric vehicles. They were going to literally start replacing gas combustion engine cars with e-vehicles. And Trump destroyed that. That ain't little. That is not something little. The MAGA hat comparison is ridiculous. I hear you there, I soul, but I'm saying that's what people were saying that the MAGA hat will go down in history as being viewed the same way the Confederate flag is. I don't know. I'm just saying what people are saying. So in other words, 20 years from now, if you're walking down the street with a MAGA hat on, it's like walking down the street waving a Confederate flag. I don't know, but that is what people are saying, that the hat is going to be basically inflammatory. That would be inflammatory like that. But somebody in the comments is saying that the comparison is ridiculous. And I see Che Mo is saying, and the Nazi flag. I don't know. Confederate flag is not viewed the same as the Nazi flag. Because the Confederates were allowed to alter their narrative. The Nazis were not. In my opinion, and this is where the MAGA side is not going to like what I'm about to say, but this is a free speech program, so you're entitled to free speech, and damn it, so am I. But in my opinion, the Confederate flag should have the same connotation or the same viewpoint as the Nazi flag. Because anything you look at that the Nazis did, the Confederates did it too. And the Confederates did it on a much larger level. They didn't gas people because that technology did not exist back in the 1700s. But they certainly murdered a whole bunch of innocent people, and they murdered far more people than Adolf did, because Hitler was only in power for a decade or so, whereas the Confederates were doing that shit for at least a century or more, a couple centuries. So you can assume a whole lot of people lost their lives that should not have perished due to what they were doing. But the difference is, once we liberated Germany, the Allies told the truth about what was going on in Germany. So you knew all about the Holocaust and all that shit, and the Buchenwalds and Auschwitzes and stuff like that. When we won the Civil War, to keep the peace in this country, we left the South alone rather quickly. So a whole lot of the atrocities from the South did not come to light. And in addition to a lot of the stuff they did that didn't come to light, they continued doing a lot of it too. So even after the Civil War, we went right on into a new level of oppression. They just found different ways to do it. So yeah, absolutely, the Confederates, in terms of doing inhumane shit, killing people, raping people, way more than anything the Germans did. They just had way more time to do it, way more. I mean, you gotta think, when you're talking in regards to slavery, every time you created another slave, that's rape. I mean, you didn't give the woman a chance to say no, you just bred her. I mean, when you made her breed to create new slaves, all of that's rape. She didn't have a chance to say no. So yeah, I mean, you're talking about hundreds of years of that shit. So yeah, they should be viewed the same way as the Nazis, but they were able to change the narrative and say it's about pride and heritage and all this other stuff. So they've been able to write their own narrative, whereas the Germans did not get that. I'm glad I subscribed to this channel. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll take it. Thank you. By the way, if you guys enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, you're going to hear plenty of MAGA on here pushing back. You're going to hear plenty of liberals doing the same. We go left of Bernie Sanders till I'm having dinner with Q. Everybody gets to speak. So understand it. If you enjoy that, feel free to give your boy a sub or a follow if you're watching on TikTok or Instagram. Nevertheless, good night, gents. That's what we're doing here. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I will see you folks tomorrow night. Y'all take care. Get some rest like I'm about to do. Stay safe. Holla back. And for you guys that are on TikTok, thank you for tuning in as well. I think the Confederacy was around for 4 years. 4 years or 400 years? Sherman, I'm thinking you mean 400 years, right? Thinking you mean 400 years. Anyway, Mr. Mobetta, appreciate it. Y'all take care. I will see you tomorrow.